Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with a playthrough of Blue Prince. Now, in case you're wondering, I haven't done anything between streams. All I did was, well, the only thing I have done whatsoever is just walk out the door so that I could take a picture out here instead of inside for the post that goes out on social media. I take a screenshot when I go live. But yeah, apart from that, nothing's happened. I did get an additional 20 footsteps when I began this playthrough. Not playthrough, this day. I think it's day 32 in game. I don't know why, to be perfectly honest with you. I also got 2 gems. It must have been something I did last time. But I don't remember what that was. But that's the situation. I've just realised we do not have music, so let me remedy that. Just a second. That's what we want, I think. Is this working? It is. Wonderful. So we have music as well. Hey Jenny. I'm surviving. Thank you for asking. How are you? Good afternoon, Rob. I trust you're well. As Jenny Chim inquired, this pre-stream scene is quite serene. It makes one consider the peaceful pursuit of fishing. Does anyone here partake in such a pastime? I've never fished. Again, that's Johnny Castaway. He is stranded on that desert island. But I'll tell you what, I shouldn't have come straight out here before I had picked up the money that was on the inside here, because depending upon what we do next, we may want that money immediately. There we go. Oh yeah, we upped our allowance to 5 gold each time, which is very nice. That's another thing we did last time. What have we got? Shrine, tool shed, or trading post? I don't think I've made the tool shed yet, even though it's unlikely to be the most useful one. Oh, I mean, that's pretty useful. A metal detector, straight away. It did say there would be 2 tools in here. I'm wondering what the other tool is. Oh, that is a tool. The watering can. The first time you enter each green room, use water to gain 1 gem. Limited capacity through water. I don't know how I use water. Oh, hey Art Dad. Lovely for you to stop by. I hope the music doesn't keep you awake then. How are you, if you don't mind my asking? I understand if you don't want to reply right now. Still, it's lovely to see you as always. Hope you're in fine condition. Rightio, so I need to try and make progress. I have to try and remember what I was doing. I remember we were looking at these pictures and figuring out what the solution to the visual puzzle was. In this case, it's face and ace. There will be two words which are one letter apart. That is specifically the addition of a letter. It can't be a substitution like face and race. It would have to be face and ace like this, where there's an F. The F is the difference. And then that gives us one more letter that's going to form some sort of massive anagram or something. We'll have to see. Anywho, what else am I trying to achieve? Right, now I've got my notes here. We know all about that. We know all about that. Billiard room and parlour become harder. Under what circumstances? I don't think I wrote down enough context there. Oh, the puzzles get harder over time. Yeah, we know about that. Freezer on a 1-day cooldown, etc. We know all about that. Oh, I wonder if that's why I began with stuff. Had I used the freezer? No, I doubt it. Why would I have frozen myself on 2 gems and no coins? Different types of key. We know all about that. Oh, we were looking at the sheets of music, and we were filling in the, there was another puzzle to do with that we were completing. Okay. Just have to see how it goes, I guess. Ooh, do I want a storeroom immediately? It cuts me off a little bit, but there is good stuff in there. Why not? Is this going to be pry and pray? Yeah, pry and pray. We've already solved that one before. Jenny says hello to Art Dad. Den? Let's put a den down. Let's sort out this direction. Do I want to put a chapel down? Why not? Get it out the way. Doesn't mean that's the direction we're going in, but... Oh, a tree and a pin. Pine and pin. We've solved that one before, I remember that. Oh, the breakfast nook. We do like the breakfast nook. Takes me in a slightly awkward direction. Parlour. I may come back for that in a moment. Yum, yum, yum. Right, I need to... Right, the commissary will ensure that I can keep proceeding. That's what I wanted to do before I go to the parlour here. Right, what have we got? A box with a full statement contains the gem. The black box is not empty. The statement on the black box is true. Okay. A box with a full statement contains the gem. If that's not true, then it has to be in a box of a true statement, and which means it can't be that one. But then they all become false, which isn't possible. Alright, if this is true, a box of a false statement contains the gems. Then it can't contain it. Because if that's true, then it can't be in its... If that statement is true, then this is a true box, so it cannot contain the gem. The black box is not empty is false. The statement on the black box is true is also false. But then we can't distinguish between these two. So that doesn't seem right. The black box is not empty. The statement on the black box is true. I think this is another one of those situations where the developers have mucked up, and they're thinking the gem's in here, but the statement that is in a box with a false statement is false, but then that statement would also have to be false. Which I suppose it could be. Then that becomes true. Oh no, that does work. Yeah, if the gem's in here, that works. The black box is not empty is true. The statement on the black box is true is false. The box with a false statement contains the gems. Must be deemed to be false, even though it's true. That's what I was talking before about the developers messing up and having self-referential statements which are neither true nor false, they're just invalid. But I think that has to be the case. I don't think there's any other way this works. Oh, well then which one was it in? This one? With a false statement? The statement on the black box is true. Oh, that would also work actually. Yep, that's me being dumb. Oh, what did I get? Car keys. Okay, that gives us some purpose. I should be working towards trying to get the car into play. Right, sorry, just quickly going over in my head what sequence of events needs to happen now. This has very much changed the way I'm doing things. Oh, hey Tato. Lovely to see you. Oh no. Your network's acting up. Sorry to hear that. Well, thank you for lurking. I appreciate that. Oh, I didn't know you could get gems from there and you're allowed to take them. Let's go over hallway. I'm trying to maximize the number of ways I can get to the east wing. No, west wing. Yeah, that's the west wing, isn't it, that we're heading towards. Security, I think. That's going to give us the best chance of getting the garage down. And while we're here, I can sort out the security concerns. Which are to do with the keycard system. I'll go with a closet. Oh, I should have put that next to a bedroom, but I forgot. Oh well. What's done is done. Come on, garage. No? I must draw one. Alright, dark room, I guess. The only reason to come in here is to dig, it would seem. I didn't happen to get the... No, I did not get the garage like I wanted. That has not worked out well at all. Not really sure what the point of this room is. Car and card. Do we have that one written down yet? Yes. Yes, we do. Oh, we don't have to go all the way back to the commissary, this'll do. Rodden Road, pretty sure we've already got that one. Yep, we do. Aquarium, I guess. Or kitchen. Kitchen. Porterhouse steak. Plus 10 steps if you have a show house. Okay. Clock and lock. Do I have that? Yep. Already got that one. Gymnasium's fine. I mean, it's annoying to lose those additional steps when we enter it, but honestly, we're not doing badly for steps, so I'm not too worried. Observatory? Observatory, I suppose. It'll be interesting to see what bonuses we get for our trouble. Farmer's apple. Apples are extra delicious today. Okay, great. I think we got that one, but I've forgotten what it was. Stage and Sage. That was it. Yes, unlock, please. None of these are great. I'm going to redraw. And they continue to not be great. Corridor, I guess. Why were they all a funny colour? I wonder. Bedroom. They are a funny colour, aren't they? Is that since the... Oh, Tyr and Tiger. Pretty sure we got that one. Is that since the furnace was spawned in? It's got to be the weight room. I don't like it, but it's got to be. At least it rounds up. Tag. Right, coast. What one was that one? I think we worked that one out as well. Coast and cost. Cost. On the grounds that that might be a price tag. That was it. Right, so I'm still waiting for the garage. The garage. Garage. It's in the game now. That's a good thing. Right, I've got the car keys. Now all I need to do is make sure I get power to this place, so I need the breaker box. Not a great choice, to be honest. But fine. Archives it is. Locked. And key carded. Locked. I'll have to grab the keys from in here. I knew they were in here all along, it was just that I was hoping I could save a step. But I couldn't. So easy to miss some of these items. Rain and grain. Pretty sure we got that one before. Did we? Yes, we did. Showroom would make the dinner better. Oh, but we can't afford it. Secret passage is tempting, actually. Yeah, why not? What type of room do we want? A bedroom, probably. I don't have a really good reason to think that, but it's just bedrooms tend to give us movement back, footsteps. We'll go with the confidential one. Who knows what we're going to get? Ah. That's less than ideal. Little sewing machine. Boat and bat. Do I have that one already? I'll tell you what I should have been doing. I should have been doing ad breaks. I keep forgetting about that. Maybe we'll have an ad break in a second. Right, boat and bat I was looking for, wasn't it? I don't see it there. Really? I'm just double checking. Yeah, no boat and bat. Okay. What's this room called? This is the maid's chamber, isn't it? Just triple checking. Yeah, it's really not there. Huh. Haven't had that one before. There we go. Yeah, let's have a quick ad break. Because I keep forgetting to do that. Alright, be back in a sec. Oh dear. Right. So I still need the breaker box room. I've still got the commissary I can go for if I have to. I'd like to avoid that. There's a room, 2 rooms coming off the archives we could expand. Alright. Sticking through these ad breaks supports the stream, thank you. Can you name the film that marked Sean Penn's debut on the big screen? Find out when the ads end in about 2 minutes. It's about 25 seconds now. Sean Penn first graced the silver screen in 1981 military drama Taps. Interesting. I just noticed. My stream overlay hasn't... I updated it a while ago, but it hasn't saved. There we go. I just wanted to be able to see the pre-roll off information much more quickly. Right, where were we? Breaker box, please. No such luck. I think it's got to be the morning room. Guest room's tempting for the steps. It really is tempting, but that would mean a dead end, which I don't think we can afford. Okay, how does this work? So I watered the room, as I was directed to do. Oh, Lucky Rabbit's foot. Greater chance of finding items. I wonder if that will counteract having encountered the maid's chamber. Oh, I've already got the extra gem. It was immediate. I see. It's not like spawned in the area. Yep, let's keep going. Solarium, boudoir, or an archived room. Boudoir. Oh, a key. That's nice. Guess we're using it immediately. What a nuisance. Alright, I'll go with the mystery room. Nursery. Whenever you draft a bedroom, gain 5 steps. That's nice. Right, I think we're done here for now. This is so annoying. Because I'd otherwise be... very well set up for making use of the car keys. I just need the breaker box room and I'm not getting it. Tie and clock. I don't think we've seen that one before. Tie and time. There we go. Well, come on, breaker box room is all I can say. Please. Oh, we didn't get it. Unless that's it and I can't see it. I'm tempted to play some music room though, just so that I can look at the sheet music and... Ah! That's actually quite a few more parts of that particular puzzle. This is a different puzzle where there's a bold word on every piece of sheet music and it's supposed to spell something out. I wasn't expecting to come across 4 of them all at once like this though. This is Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy. That lucky rabbit's foot seems the most fortuitous discovery, Robert, especially given the title Bumbling Around. I also observed the prompt regarding autism. Should you ever wish to discuss it, please know the space remains welcoming and understanding for all. Well, thank you for letting me know that, Frosty Tools. First, words. On. The. First words on the sheets are true. Find the white, or find among the white. Find among the white what? The prism key. If you unlock a door with the prism key in a green room, hallway, bedroom, or shop, you will draw a floor plan of that same colour. Excellent. Right, now I need to think about how we're going to progress. Right, back to the gymnasium, I think. Cot and coat. We've had that one before. Wish me luck. Please break a box. East Wing Hall. Pantry, which is no good. At least with the archived floor plan, I might get something useful. The laboratory would let me experiment, but I'm running out of movement, so I don't think I can risk it. Okay, that paid off. And plus 10 movement for walking in here. Good. I'm still reliant on luck to get the breaker box, but that might have saved the run if I do get it. Special key, I suppose. So I can at least progress. Foyer. Hallway doors are always unlocked. Why not? I don't think we've ever been in here. Lord William Epson. Baron Thomas Sinclair. Major Nicholas Key 4. Count Isaac Gates. Baron Edwin Sinclair. G. Ariana. Tenton 10. Pretty sure we got that already. Yep, we do. Foyer. Count Isaac Gates. Baron Thomas Sinclair. Baron Edwin Sinclair. Major Nicholas Key the Fourth. Could that mean the fourth degree in a key, like C major? I wonder. Hello, Walltop. Lovely to see you. How are you? Breaker box. Yes! Oh, we're in business. Coat and Coast. Pretty sure we've seen that one before. But I will double check. Have we seen that one before? Let me see. Coat and Coast, that would be S. Maybe we haven't. No, apparently not. Utility closet. Right, where were we? Keycard system off. Gymnasium off. Darkroom on. Garage on. We're in business. And as I say, I've already got the car keys. Oh, thank you for giving a shout out to Walltop Pikachu. Wall, a delightful NBPNG tuber, seems to enjoy a variety of games, from the classic Castlevania Symphony of the Night to a more modern titles like Highland. They also appear to have a penchant for literature and world building, as evidenced by their recent broadcasts. Ooh, tell me more if you're still here. Overall, Wall's streams seem to be a pleasant mix of chill vibes and engaging gameplay. So we finally got the car keys to the car in a garage which is powered. This should be interesting. A garage, I should say. Oh wait, do I not need to do all that? Oh no! Can I not get into the car? Oh, I can. That's okay. The drop-off address is 14227 Sandy Heights. Making a note of that. A small garage on the south edge of Trinsdale, I think that says. The goods are already secure and in the trunk. Not the boot, the trunk. So just unload and get back here before noon. I've seen Sinclair's schedule and I don't think he'll be requesting the car today. But you never know when the cat will want to get some air. When the cat will want to get some air? That's odd. Tomorrow will likely be the last delivery, and I believe Denny already has payment ready. Frosty Tools, do you think you can limit yourself to saying Parchant only one time per stream? I appreciate your candor, Peachy. I shall certainly consider diversifying my lexicon in future broadcasts. Consider, it seems, not endeavour. Indeed. It was a nice try, Pikachu. Is it worth going out this way? Because we've already been out here. I don't know if we'll discover anything new. I am annoyed I can't use the car after going to those lengths. Where's the nearest terminal? Because I have an upgrade disc. Probably all the way back at security. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I could get there. And with steps to spare. Not a lot of steps to spare, but I could. I'm debating if it's worth using up a couple of my steps to go out there. Probably not. Oh, why not? I've got the steps to spare, as I say. Yeah, that was pointless. I didn't lose any steps. The running shoes came in twice. Oh, mic quality's not there. Thank you for telling me. Is that any better? Or is it worse? Better. Excellent. Right, there was a door off to the side here that I never opened. It would be nice if I could get the laboratory from here. I can. Excellent. Because there's a terminal in here and I can set up an experiment. That actually works out pretty well. I'll insert the disc in a second. What has it picked up on? I don't know. It was just here and there. I see. Experiment setup. Continue with experiment. When you draft a red room, lose 5 steps then. Whenever you draft a shop room, the next 3 times you open a locked trunk, add 3 aquariums to the draft pool, spread dirt on the driveway, gain 3 gold for each red room in your house. I mean, none of these things feel like they're gonna happen. I don't even need the gold though. None of these make any difference. This is just pointless. Never mind. Right, upgrade disc. What are we upgrading today? The parlor. Parlor data has been found on this upgrade disc. You will now have the chance to permanently enhance this room to one of 3 different upgraded floor plans. So more gems. 2 wind-up keys. Funeral parlor. Gem prize is equal to red rooms in your house. If you open an empty box in funeral parlor, lose 30 steps. I don't like any of these. I guess I'll go with the parlor which has 3 gems. Thank you. So as I thought, that wasn't what was like causing the thing to go off. What is? Ah, there was a coin on the floor. Wow, even with the metal detector going off, I nearly didn't find it. Right, is that the end of the run? I think so, I don't think. I don't think there's anything else we can do. What did we achieve? We proved that the car keys are basically useless. Apart from maybe giving us a solution to one puzzle. Maybe. What else, if anything, did we achieve? We upgraded one room. Did we do anything else? I mean, I set out some difficult objectives as we were going through this, and we largely achieved them, but they just didn't pay off in any big way. Oh, there was the sheet music, that's true, we did that. But now apparently I've got to find the sheet music again. Because it sounds like the solution to the first puzzle is to pay attention to different words on the same sheets. Alright. I think we'll call it a day. Two new rooms. What happened at the underground area with the coffin and the letter? Not a lot. I mean, I read the letter. I pulled a bunch of levers, but I don't remember anything coming of it, honestly. I didn't get extra steps this time, so as I conjectured when I began today, that must have been something that I did at the end of last stream that meant that I got an extra 20 steps right at the start. It's clearly not something that's recurring. Oh hey Jake, lovely to see you. I love the art style of the game. It is nice, isn't it? Quite understated in a lot of ways. Nothing came of pulling the levers so far. The issue is I don't really know what they were supposed to do. It's possible that it was a combination lock and there was a specific combination I was supposed to try. Oh, here's the tomb. That's the one you were talking about. I mean, we could take a look if you like. Oh, thank you for the shout out for Jake. Jake Shuffler is a streamer who enjoys gaming as part of their recovery journey. They often play the Soul series and World of Warships, but recently have been exploring God of War Ragnarok. The streams are a welcoming space for chatting about games and recovery. Focus on good vibes and support. Toon would let me play around with the levers again. The issue is, even if I figured out that puzzle, which there's no guarantee I would, how would I know if I found the right solution, if you see what I mean? I'm tempted to go with Root Cellar. Because that I think is the only one I haven't done yet, of the ones we've seen. Is there really nothing here at all? Well, that's interesting. Baron Thomas Sinclair, Baroness. I can't read that. Orbavelli? Lord Ibsen, Lady Ashlyn, Simon Sinclair, Clara Epson, Herbert Sinclair, Lionel Epson, Mary Epson, Sinclair Epson. I see. So their families were linked. Because both these families had come up in the past. In the stuff we'd read, but I don't think we'd established that there was a familial relationship until now. Make sure that gets saved. Good. All these potatoes, but apparently we can't eat them. Look all the things we could dig up. If only I had a shovel with me. Oh well. Just have to remember that one. If I come in possession of a shovel this playthrough, I should consider backtracking to the Root Cellar. Spare room, pantry, storeroom. Storeroom is a very good start. Pray and pry. Yep. We've seen that before. Security. Early security. I'd love that. Den. Yeah, let's go with Den. Right, let's do the security stuff. One gem and 5 coins that are just lying around somewhere. That is interesting. The gem will be in the... Den. The 5 coins, I don't know. Pool. Adds locker room, sauna and pump room to today's draft pool. Why not? I can use it to backtrack into the den. Bat and what? Bat and bath? I think that's a new one. I don't think we've seen bat and bath before. I am checking though. Yep, no record of us having found bat and bath before. So obviously that's H. Is that a shovel? No, that's a pool scoop thing, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Pool skimmer or whatever it's called. Where do you suppose all that gold is? Now the game's got me curious. How could I have missed 5 gold coins? Ooh, bacon and eggs breakfast nook. Don't mind if we do. Pine and pin again. Chapel, I guess. Oh, hang on. Did I not pick up all the stuff when I went in the storeroom? I actually think that is it. I've just looked at how many coins I have. That is exactly it. Oh, how silly of me. That also cost me a lot of steps, but it is what it is, I guess. Lock and clock, pretty sure we got that. Courtyard? Maybe. Yeah, let's go with courtyard, because that's actually one of the places where the shovel can spawn. Ah, tomorrow you'll start with 2 gems. Interesting. Oh, terrace, yes. Green rooms do not cost gems to place. And I think we get some fruit up here as well. We do. That's nice. And helpful. Right, guess I'll use a key to go in here because you nearly always get keys back if I recall correctly. Yeah. Either that or it's just good luck on my part. But that's tended to happen in the past. Chart and cart. Spare room, I guess. All these... Oh, of course we've got all these bits of dirt. That's what the root cellar does. No, I don't think we've ever been in the mail room. I think I'll still go with the drawing room though. Pikachu. I was also pondering the purpose of the underground area with the coffin and letter. Did the levers not yield any immediate effect? Jake Shuffle's observation on the art style is spot on. It truly sets a compelling scene for such mysteries. Well, you know, Frosty, pondering indeed. Fan and Flan. Pretty sure we've seen that one before. See, you and Frosty have very like mines, Pikachu. Locked. That's a shame. Is that the car keys again? Well, we've established the car keys aren't very useful. To be fair, if the car boot always contained upgrade discs, maybe that would be worth it. Like mine? More like a copycat. Oh my goodness. The insults are flying today. This has not gone ideally. I'm probably going to have to make my way all the way back to security now. That costs a lot of movement. Hopefully it's not locked. It's not. Oh dear. That's a problem. I think that's game. Oh, pre-roll ads are on. We'll have to have another ad break. Well, this is a good time to do it anyway, since this run's just ended, I'm pretty sure. Let's have an ad break quickly. Sticking through these ad breaks supports the stream. Thank you. Stay tuned. Meanwhile, let's catch up on chat. Chat's digging deep into the Blueprint's mysteries, with Pikachu unraveling the underground coffin conundrum. Meanwhile, Jake shuffles multitasking like a pro, phone in hand, art style admiration on point. Shout-outs and safe spaces are the vibe, as Pikachu connects with Jake Shuffle again, and there's some playful banter about fostery pondering and copycat capers. Playful indeed. Road and Rod, we've had that one before. Nearly out of ads. There we go. Right, welcome back everyone. I guess there is actually one thing I should try. I should find out if I can I should try the room that's next to, that would adjoin to the chapel, because even though I can only place one room there at present, were it to give me a key, then it might be possible to continue this run. So I may as well try. There's no reason not to. Oh, blimey, look at all the dirt spots in the church. Shameful to have let it fall into such disrepair. Observatory might be fun. What do we get this time? +1 key! Okay. I wasn't expecting that, but fair enough. I probably should have expected that, because I know I've read the book before, so I probably should have realised there was a chance that would happen. But I didn't. Church is interesting. Oh, you mean in here? Yeah. What? Where's the other image? Peek and P. I think we had that one before. Maybe we didn't. I'm sure we had Peek before and P before, but maybe not together. Oh, we had Peel. No, that is Peek and P. Yeah, that is Peek and P. Just my handwriting's not very good. I thought I recognised it. Okay. I wish stained glass windows were more common. I like the way the light changes when it filters through. They are beautiful. In this country, it's very, very rare to see... the stained glass will look more or less like that, which is not all that impressive. It's very rare to see like really impressive stained glass because all of the stained glass windows have gratings behind them to stop people from throwing rocks through them. I've never heard of a case of people actually throwing rocks through, but clearly it must be enough of a concern for the churches throughout the country to bother. But the problem is that then massively reduces the amount of light that gets through them. If you put a great big metal grating behind the windows, then the light is massively diminished. And they don't shine the way they're supposed to. That's terrible. I know. But I've yet to be in a church in this country in which that wasn't the case. I wonder what they are worshipping here. I didn't see the typical images here like the Virgin Mary or saints. That's a very good question. I thought there were a few figures that looked a bit angelic though. I may have made a mistake coming here specifically. Huh. We've never been in the locker room. This could be fun. Oh, I can almost smell the chlorine. So if we had an abundance of keys, this would be a good room. Plane and planet. Pretty sure we got that. This would be a good room to go to. Okay. 4 items. But will I get a key? So if I don't get a key, that's game. I don't know if coming here was a mistake. I did get a key. Oh, it's a key card I need, isn't it? I think so. But that's okay. I'm pretty sure there are rooms off to the side we can easily get to, which would benefit from just a key. Anyway, key or breaker box to get through that key card reader. Keys for sale. Dining room for extra steps, and we could keep progressing. Yeah, almost everywhere's there's only going to be one room we're going to be able to place down. Everywhere else is a dead end at this point. So for that reason, if we're going to find a keycard or breaker box at all, it's going to have to be the next room along. So I may as well do the dining room here. Wait. Oh, I've not even been to the 8th rank yet. I thought I had. Oh, this may have been a bit of a waste. Alright, well here goes nothing. Locked. That's game. This is a key in here I haven't seen. Why don't... well, before I may not be able to get back, actually. I was going to say, before I call it a day, we could head back to the chapel. Just have a look. Oh. Or we could go to the office. I should have put that door down. I should have put that room down earlier if I'd realised. Why don't we do the parlour puzzle? Even though it probably won't lead to anything. Interesting that they have one-way locks. So I couldn't put this down before because the door was locked. But going the other way, the door's opened, if that makes sense. This box is empty, this box is empty. This puzzle is harder than it seems. The thing I don't like about this... False. Those two are true. Any other interpretation wouldn't lead to us being able to identify exactly one box. I feel like that's an unwritten rule of this game. That the correct interpretation of the boxes will always lead to you being able to identify exactly one box which has the gems in. Any interpretation that would be ambiguous, like if that statement were false, if that statement were true, that'd leave us in the position where one of these must be the false box. Like, on the face of it, what I'm getting at is for the gems to be in here and that to be a false statement, for this to be a true statement, and for that to be a true statement would be a valid solution, but how could we distinguish that from the gems are in here, if you see what I mean? Like, if the statement that this puzzle is harder than it seems is true, and it's in one of these two boxes, the gems, there's no way we can differentiate between them. So we're always looking for a solution that has exactly one... that identifies exactly one box. So not a very successful run this time, but these things happen. Still, we got 2 new rooms that we've never seen before, so that wasn't a waste. Oh, I'm trying to remember which rooms had the music in. I know the the room where you build where you combine items. The workshop has a piece of music in it. A piece of sheet music. Was it the drawing room had one? Or have I made that up? Schoolhouse. Add 8 classrooms to today's draft. Well, that sounds interesting. Got to head out. I'll pop a look on. See you later. Okie dokie, Pikachu. Have a good time. Whatever it is you're doing. Closing address. For the last 38 years, it has been my pleasure of serving as your schoolmaster in this humble little facility. And meagre as it may look by modern standards, I think most of us who spent our afternoons here will readily admit that we are reluctant to see this small piece of Reddington history go. I first wish to thank Lady Epson, our most generous host today, for not only paying attention in my classes those many years ago, but for all the fundraising she has done on behalf of our community and our children. Without her, Reddington Elementary would still be a distant and blurry vision, a vision that I dared not even dream. That dreamer is, of course, the incomparable Mrs. Peterson, our future principal and my reluctant successor, who I might add forced me to give this speech, so I think I'll end my praise of her there, though she deserves much more, I'll admit. To the architect of our new school, the Baron Sinclair, thank you for following in your father's footsteps and building Reddington yet another school, and for also allowing the use of your own private residence and floor plans to serve as our interim facility until the new campus is completed in March. A decision I'm certain he will immediately regret tomorrow morning when he hears the children running through his halls. Just saving a copy of this for later. Sorry, I'm trying to take another screenshot. There we go. And lastly, I wish to thank all my students. Many of you here today whom I have not seen in years, whose faces I still remember as young and manners wild. Those here whose parents before them and I have also taught, and whose children I may yet, without you, would have had a lifetime of quiet peace. And yet, what is all the peace in the world if you have no one to bestow demerits upon? Thank you all sincerely. My time here has meant the world to me, and if I am still standing in 8 months, I will see you all at the slightly less melancholic ribbon-cutting ceremony next year. Better joke to end? Remember to give Mrs. Peterson her gift. Interesting. She was supposed to be the next principal, wasn't she? Yes. We don't know who wrote that letter, though. This one, or this speech rather, it's not a letter. Very, very interesting. Quite a functional little classroom, isn't it? Chairs with desks. Built in, as it would seem. A chalkboard. What more do you need? Where did those planks come from? They haven't fallen down. Oh. That's another brazier lit. Is the previous one still lit? Because it should be. Yes. I forgot about the brazier puzzle. Brazier puzzle. Safe deposit box before I forget. I thought I started a list of the different puzzles I hadn't solved yet last time, but I don't see it there anymore. Alrighty. Let's keep going then. Breakfast nook is a great way to start. Spare room, I guess. Security. I'll always go for an early security if I get the chance. And I will often go for an early breaker box given the chance. The only reason I wouldn't is if when I'm offered it, the placement would be abysmal. Because it is a dead end room, that's the problem. Unlike security, which is quite well connected. Alright, let's put the weights room down early, because there'll be plenty of opportunity to recover steps, hopefully, going forwards. Who just leaves a gem lying there? Library, I guess. Although I don't have much reason to go there. Right, breakfast nook. Already recovered a bunch of our steps. Oh, no new key, just loads of money. Interesting. Not sure that's necessarily a good thing, but it is what it is. A classroom. Well, we may as well see what's so great about a classroom. Grade 1. Oh, is that why 8 were added? Are there 8 grades or something? This is a cute little place in a way, isn't it? Fill in each object below with its correct colour. My favourite colour is, all spelt the American way. That's supposed to be a flag. Pretty weird to have a flag in a classroom. Quite nationalistic, isn't it? Oh, they're actually grading them on whether they got the colours right. Oh look, there are 2 flags there actually. That's what I think I'm supposed to be trying to solve here. Whether they got the flag colours right, or rather deducing what they are. Classroom puzzles, can you find the difference? Stare and star. Pretty sure I've seen that one before, but I will double check. Yep, seen it before. Each colour is only used twice. Well, we know one of the flags should be red. Oh, there's 3 flags. Ah. How am I going to do this? I think it must be the flags I got wrong on that one. There's nothing else there that sticks out to me as obviously being wrong. Which means if each colour is used only twice, then they must have got 2 of the flags the wrong way round. But then that doesn't figure with that flag being red. So blue, orange, purple on the flags. Yellow, orange, green. Yellow, purple, orange. Are you saying none of the flags are red there? Because intuitively the fire hydrant would be red and the little wagon thing would be red. RG, Freddy, Benny, Caleb. You must really like red. So the lizard isn't red, presumably. That's a mistake. So only one of the flags is wrong there. Blue, orange and purple. It's probably the blue that's wrong then. So orange and purple we're thinking is correct. That's also orange and purple. But then where's the mistakes? This find the difference puzzle is rather intriguing, Robert. Jake Shuffle's earlier observation on the game's art style certainly highlights how these subtle details become quite prominent. They say each colour is only used twice, but it doesn't say that anywhere else on the little worksheet, so it's not like they could have known. So purple at the bottom, we're thinking. I see a mistake there in the blueprint being yellow. It's a yellow print. Two of the flags must be wrong. Green and yellow. Ah, you got the purple and the orange the wrong way round. Wait, but then that one wouldn't be wrong. Blue, orange, purple. So I am thinking the top left flag is orange. But the other two I'm not sure about. But one of those must be correct then, I think. Yeah, if the top right flag is orange, then one of the other two is correct there. Probably the yellow one. So then I'd need to make 3 mistakes out of that, with yellow and orange being correct. The bottom flag could be wrong. The lizard's wrong. And the blueprint's wrong. Right. So yellow and orange we're thinking. The bottom one is not red. It's not purple. It's not green. It's not orange. Hang on. Let me make a copy of this in my notes. Not orange. Not green. Not purple. Not red. Not orange, red or purple, not green. That is yellow and blue. Didn't someone try blue? No. Probably blue. If I had to guess. Deary me. Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then 8's been put on its side to make an infinity symbol. I'm not sure if that's a clue or just a prank or something. Look, even on their big globe in the classroom, they've got what? These little dotted lines that might be trade routes. No poles. Look at that. No ice at the poles. Right. Any discrepancies in the alphabet? I don't think so. Alright, let's double check I agree with my deductions earlier. So 2 mistakes on this one. Should be orange and blue, I think? No, yellow. Yellow's correct. Yeah, so the purple one should be orange. And the bottom one should be blue. That would make sense. Here. Lizard's wrong. Yellow is correct. Orange is correct. Bottom one should be blue. Blueprint should be blue. So that figures. Yellow is wrong. Orange is right. Blue is wrong. So that's only 2 mistakes. And in that case, none of the flags are right. Right, so yes, that works. At least the solution I found works with all the sheets we've seen. Thinking about it, we know each colour is only used... It can't be blue because each colour is used exactly twice. So I must be wrong. Aggravatingly, that means they've swapped the colours. The only because this one has each colour twice, they must have just swapped the colours of 2 of them. And the same here. Oh no, because they got the lizard the wrong colour. So that means 2 of the flags are correct here. Could it be the purple? Ah, because they've got blue too many times as well. So orange and purple must be correct. I think that must be right. So purple's correct here. No, it's not, because I put it on the wrong one. Hang on. Can we go back? Yeah, because it should be the bottom one that's purple. Let me check this again. So yellow we're saying is correct. The one that is purple on the picture should be orange. And the one that should be orange... The one that should be purple is orange. So they swapped orange and purple in that one. On the flags. That one, yellow is correct, orange is correct. The purple one they've done green. And the lizard, they've done purple, which is clearly the wrong way round. And the blueprint should be blue. Here, the one that's blue should be yellow. Orange they've got right. Purple they've got right. Lizard's in the wrong colour. And again, all of those are wrong. Right, got it. So the one that looks like a mountain range in the top left, that should be yellow. The one that's like an L shape, roughly, or a V shape, that should be orange. And the one that looks a bit like an hourglass, that should be purple. Right, I think we've solved it. Took me a lot longer than it should have done. But progress is being made. Hallway, I think. Almost time for another ad break. Storeroom is good. Let's go with storeroom. Even though it's not the ideal thing to place here. In some ways. Workshop, that'll give me access again to the sheet music that was in here. 8. Did I have 8 written down? I'm not sure I did. There it is. Message. First words on the sheets are true message. Stones. Find among the white something 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 stones. Can I combine anything? No, I have no items. That's fine. Stage and sage. Shall we have our little ad break now? There we go. See you in a bit. Rightio. Ooh. Sticking through these ad breaks supports the stream, thank you. Stay tuned. This stunning archipelago, famous for its crystal clear waters and luxurious resorts, is a dream destination for many. In which ocean are the Maldives located? Find out when the ads end in about 2 minutes. I don't know, but I would guess the Pacific. Because I don't think the Atlantic tends to have particularly... Oh, no, then again, the Caribbean is on the Atlantic, isn't it? A tropical nation renowned... Sorry, the Maldives, a tropical nation renowned for its vibrant coral reefs and idyllic beaches, is situated in the Indian Ocean. Oh! I'll have to try and remember that. I was going to say, because I don't think the Atlantic is known for having a lot of nice nice areas you'd like to visit on there. But then again, I think the Caribbean is there. Boudoir, I guess. Courtyard, bedroom, or bedroom closet. If I do bedroom closet, I'm gonna have to try and continue from the library, which isn't a great option. I think it's got to be the bedroom. Unfortunately. Carton chart. Haven't been to the rumpus room for a long time. Yeah, let's go to the rumpus room. Why not? And we could listen to the great... I'll have to check his name again. Stage and Stag. Pretty sure we've had that before. I'll double check in a second though. There it is. Stage and Stag. Have we had that before? Yeah. Yes. And that character's name is... Atzana? Is that what it says? Atzara. Oh, Alzara. Ah.
As it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of the drumming. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. The image is becoming clear. I see the darkened cloud of ruin, familiar to us both, now decrepit, run down, and in disrepair. I see 8 red envelopes, resting upon 8 pedestals. And in these 8 envelopes, I see 8 letters penned by 8 different hands. 8 letters of which you will only ever find and read 7. Just like the art hanging on the walls of these rooms.
Crown
There is a letter missing.
and Root.
What
Raven.
has been foreseen by the great Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Noted. Interesting. That was very interesting. That was like a crown and a bird, which I've not seen before, and I don't know if it's significant. Crown and bird. I mean, it looked like it could be a raven or a crow. A crown and a crow. N. None of these are great options. It's got to be the dark room. Any other room would be foolish. Locked. Locked. And I think that's game. I could go back to the library. That's the only thing I could try. Haven't been to the bookshop in a long time. Freezer's not a bad idea, actually. Freeze my accounts for next time. Because we have a lot of gold. We'll do that. Letter in freezer. Right. I should add that to the list of unsolved mysteries. Noted. Right, may as well call it a day, I think. I don't think there's anything else we can do. No, there isn't. Okay, so we'll start the next day. There we go. Not bad to be starting out on 42 gold. Not sure what we're going to do with all of it though. I could make a very big offering. Might be a waste of the money, but what else are we going to use it for? Hopefully this doesn't turn out to be a colossal waste. $42. You've received the Blessing of the General. After you draft a red rune, if you have at least 5 different ranks containing red runes, gain 5 gems. That was a waste. Take back gold. You've been cursed. Each time you draft a bedroom, lose 1 step. Each time you draft a hallway, lose 1 key. Each time you draft a green room, lose 1 gem. Each time you draft a shop, lose 1 coin. Each time you draft a red room, lose all of the above. Curse duration 2 days. And I can't even put it back. Oh well, we're learning. This is going to make the game almost unplayable. The box next to this one is false. The box next to this one is true. The box next to this one contains gems. Say that's true. That's false, that's false. Oh, that one could be true actually, because that would be true. Bookshop. Good. I may be able to afford something. The Curse of the Black Bridge. Why not? Where does the book go? Road and Rod, we've seen that before. We've seen that before. How do I access the book? Will be permanently added to the library. Ah. The blessing of the general from the shrine is quite a significant discovery, Robert. It rather makes one consider the nature of the worship here, a point Pikachu noted earlier regarding the church, a most interesting development. That's a fair point that I hadn't considered. Bridge and Bride, pretty sure we've had that one before. I genuinely don't know how I access it. Books purchased in the bookshop will be permanently added to the library and available to check out on your next visit. Oh, it just gets added to the list. What sort of... I just purchased a book. Why do I have to... Oh, I can't even get to the book this time. Okay. I think I'm going to call it a day twice, which I don't usually do, but to get rid of that curse, it's going to be a right nuisance. we benefited from all the wealth we'd acquired, so that's not such a big loss. Imagine having to take a couple of days out because you've been cursed. Am I still cursed? I should be. Yeah. One more day. Steps taken 0. This must be the first time we've taken 0 steps in a day. Alright, hopefully the curse has been lifted. That was weird. There was a graphical glitch there, wasn't there? That well wasn't empty for a second, I think. No longer cursed. Wonderful. Tool shed, I guess. The battery pack provides use to battery-powered contraptions. You've never built a contraption yet. And the magnifying glass, probably the least interesting of the items, in my opinion. As far as I'm aware, it has use in exactly one place. Storeroom. Oh, we've got a trunk this time as well. That's nice. May as well open it. Hopefully we'll get a key back. We did. Very nice. Pry and pray. Yeah, pry and pray. Sorry, my brain, I think I've just had a breakthrough. I think the pictures we see might not be, well, we already know it's not determined by the room we're in. I think it might be determined by the position on the grid, hence why those are always the same. Alright, I'm going to need to have a numbering system for the grid. Which I think we sort of already have. That's rank 1, column 2. So, should I be doing X or Y first? It would be X first normally, wouldn't it? So that's going to be 2, 1. Assuming that, because they've named the ranks going upwards. So this is actually quite a big deal because this might lead to me being able to get... I could actually put... If that's how it works, I could actually put the letters into a grid. Oh my goodness. I was wondering, how do I get from having... from knowing what all the missing letters were to knowing the what they stand for. How do I actually solve the anagram? It probably all goes into a grid, and that would be why we could. No, and that would also be consistent with there being 44 in total. Hello, Loco Hades. Lovely to see you. I hope you're having a nice day. How are you? It's a pleasure to meet you. Right, let me add this to my notes. Right, that would be E then, pry and pray. What would be here? Face and ace. That would be F. Noted. I'm doing alright, thank you for asking. I'm surviving. Surviving at least. Thank you for asking. Tree and pin, so that's going to be sorry, that's pine and pin, so that's going to be E. This box is not empty. This box contains gems. All statements that contain the word gems are false. If we assume that's true, that's false. That must contain the gems. No. Well, this is irritating because the solution that I just came to is valid. It would have worked. So how could I have known that wasn't the actual solution? All statements that contain the words gems are false. Let's say that's true. This box contains gems, that must be false. This box is not empty, that's true. Like, that works. That is a valid solution to the problem. It just happens to be not the one that the game chose. Were you... Yeah, this is a very chill stream, incidentally. I also stream more action-y games, like Dark Souls 3 I've currently got a playthrough of. Just so you're aware, there's I alternate between them. So I stream on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays. Wednesdays is going to be the next Dark Souls stream. How's the blueprint going? I think I'm making progress. Right, bath and bat. That's different by an H. I think I may have just made a breakthrough wall top. I could be wrong, but I think these paintings I keep seeing are actually fixed to the grid. Previously, I'd thought they might be fixed to a room, like every time you go into the parlour you get the same pair of paintings, but I'd already managed to disprove that a long time ago. But it only just occurred to me that they might be fixed to the grid instead. I get the notification while I'm at work, so I've never been able to tune in. Oh, I see. Well, I hope you have a good time here, and I'm always available to talk while I'm streaming. Let's go with the dark room. Are you familiar with blueprints at all? If you don't mind my asking. This is, as soon as I enter this room, it's going to go black. There we go. And now I again, because of the special conditions of this room, I just have to pick a room and hope. Right, that's... Oh, stag and tag. odd. I'm just checking something. Ah, I see. You stream as well. That's what I was just checking. Let me give you a shout out there, Loco. Is it okay if I call you Loco, or is there a name you prefer? Here we go. Shout out given to Loco Hades. Loco Hades appears to be a quite the versatile streamer, dabbling in various games and activities. They seem to particularly enjoy Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. Oh, I've played a bit of that, as evidenced by their recent broadcast. However, they also engage in other pursuits such as base building and resource gathering, perhaps in a survival game. Their streams seem to be a delightful mix of action and creativity. Either or, whatever comes to you first. Is that the car keys? It is. I note the mountain range on the car keys, which is interesting. Right, let's keep going. Are you familiar with blueprints? And if not, would you like a brief explanation? Okay, chapel will have to do. Some of these figures are very modern, like a chimney cleaner. Could go with a courtyard. Or the spare room. I'll save the gems and go with the spare room. Never heard of blueprints, but it looks interesting so far. Right, okay. It is an interesting game. Are you familiar with the Myst series of games? It's okay if not. I'm just trying to get a feel for how much explanation would be beneficial. Let's go with the den. Also, do we have ampersand, sand and? That's going to be an S then. MYST. I'm guessing you probably haven't then. My next question would be, if you haven't heard of Myst, are you familiar with adventure games in general? Are you familiar with adventure games? Ooh. Shame I didn't get my key back, but 2 room redrafts is nothing to be scoffed at. That's pretty good. Match and tree. Fire and fur. We figured that one out before. To be fair, I'm not a big puzzle game person. I enjoy them, but I dislike it as well. Too impatient. Oh, okay. So the Myst games were... Oh, I believe so. It's a company, right? Oh, which one, sorry? Which one's a company? I'm afraid I've missed the context. Adventure games. No, it's a genre. I'll put the courtyard down. So, adventure games are very story-driven puzzle games. They are a genre of their own. They're actually effectively one of the oldest genres of video games there are. Back when computers were very, very new, one of the first types of game people came up with was a text-based game, which came to be known as interactive fiction or text adventures. That's basically where you have a description of the room you're currently in and any other relevant circumstances, and then you would give commands at a terminal like go in the little room, go west, or pick up the key, or what have you. You know, so the description of the room might say you're in a kitchen. There's a big table in the middle of the room and there's a key on it. Out the window you can see 3 larks flying by. There's a big bacon joint cooking in the oven. And so you might say, pick up the key. And then it would say, you try to pick up the key from the table, but it's glued in place, or what have you. That's a text adventure. Out of text adventures came, much later on, adventure games, which were basically the same idea, but now they have graphics. Think of Monkey Island. That's a great example. Okay, that helps a lot. Right, okay, that would have been a better explanation then. Yeah, so Monkey Island is a fantastic example of an adventure game. So puzzles are a big part of it, but it's also very story-driven. Myst was a particularly famous franchise of adventure games because they did things a little bit differently to how a lot of games had done them in the past. The main differences being that it was all from a first-person perspective, like this is, and the puzzles, as best they could do, were organically incorporated into the world, so they didn't feel like puzzles so much. Wait, really? I can combine a shovel and a sledgehammer? No, I can't. Or a shovel and a battery pack, but I don't have the other item that I would need. Anyway, sorry. So the Myst games were from a first person's perspective, and as far as possible they try to incorporate the puzzles into the world in an organic way. What this means is that, for example, when you were solving the puzzles, it didn't feel like you'd been given artificial puzzles. It felt like you were just a person that had suddenly found themselves in some alien world, and you were just trying to figure out how things work. So a typical puzzle might be, you might find a broken elevator, and you would literally be like taking it apart and trying to think, right, how is this thing actually working, and why isn't it working? And then trying to repair things that way. So rather than the puzzles being like really artificial, like you'll often find with, say, escape rooms, it was trying to make it feel like a part of the world. Well, this game tries to do that to an extent, but does a much worse job, in my opinion. But on top of it, there's a roguelike element. So rather than just being able to walk around the world freely, I have to place rooms down which are based on a random pull. So whenever I try and open a door, there's like a invisible deck of rooms in the background which gets shoveled, and then it draws a certain number of rooms that I get to choose between. And this happens at the start of every day. The whole mansion gets wiped, and I have to start again. Anyway, the point being that obviously to solve this puzzle I need to be able to get into you know, many of the rooms to progress the puzzles, as it were, like the overarching adventure game type puzzles. But I'm constantly being hampered by this randomness that's coming from the roguelike part of the game. So I'd describe it as a roguelike puzzle game. Sorry, that explanation took a lot longer than it should have done. Partly because I got distracted, and partly because I'm not always the best at explaining things. Anyway, that's broadly speaking what's going on. So, I'm trying to solve things as I go, but I'm constantly, essentially, running up against the randomness that the roguelike part of the game's introducing. Yeah, I'll put the weights room down. So a lot of these rooms will have side effects, like I'm only allowed to do so many steps in a day, which you can see in the top left. The steps is basically how many times I'm allowed to cross a room threshold, like I just did there. Rod and road. That's A. And like when I put this room down, it halved the number of movement I had left in the day. There are ways to get movement back, like here. If I put the nursery down, which is going to cost me gems, which is another resource you can see in the top right, I'll gain 5 movement back. 5, I think they call them footprints, technically. Every time I draft is the name for putting down a bedroom, and because it is a bedroom, I just got 5 footprints back. Oh, I noticed that, but I thought it was counting your steps. Not quite. And it is worth noting that it will count the room transitions even if I've been in a room before. So I'm not going to do this for obvious reasons, but if I just kept walking back and forth through that hall, through this threshold here, I would very quickly exhaust all my footprints for the day. If you have any questions about anything, do just let me know. I'm learning on the go as well. Bride and Bridge. This is another puzzle. Like, I didn't know when I started playing the game that I should necessarily be paying attention to these paintings. And even, to be honest, I realised fairly quickly they were significant, but I didn't know how. Like, every room I'd go in, they're actually drawings, aren't they? They're done with pencil. Every room I'd go in, there would be like a pair of drawings, and I'd be, almost every room, I'd be thinking, well, the game's clearly trying to draw this to my attention, but why? Like, what is the significance? I later on found out, sorry that this is a spoiler, but I later on found out that every pair of drawings will represent a pair of words, and the difference between those words will be the addition of one letter. So in this case, bride and bridge. Bridge has a G in it, bride doesn't. And that means that this pair of paintings mean G. But that's as far as I got for ages. It was just like, oh, so I'm compiling a list of letters. Wonderful. What do I do with these letters once I know what they are? And it was only just before you joined that I suddenly thought, because I'd already established that like the paintings changed depending on the paintings wouldn't stay the same if you had the same room in multiple days. A day is like, as I say, at the end of a day, the whole mansion gets cleared and you start again. So again, a day is like a round. At the end of a day, the whole mansion would get cleared. And if I put the nursery down again, I wouldn't get the same paintings. The same drawings, sorry. I wouldn't get the same drawings. And like, as I say, just before you joined, I had this idea. I wonder if the drawings are fixed to the grid. I wonder if I like copy this grid down and I put the letters in. I wonder if next time I play, I'll get the same letters in each grid position, if you will. I haven't proven that yet. I may even be disproving it in a moment when I start the next day. But that's my current working theory. Pantry, I guess. So this is where I'm drawing rooms. And I'm making choices on the go about what I want to place. So the guest bedroom would get me 10 footprints back, and because I put the nursery down earlier, I'd get 5 more. But the problem with that is that if you look at the like shape of the grid that's on screen, where I've put the rooms down, I've almost got no way to progress, and the guest bedroom would be a dead end. Especially with the pantry pointing down. If you can see where the doorways are. So I'm probably going to go with the archives, but it says here, while drafting, you'll no longer be able to see all 3 of your potential floor plans. That is exactly it, and you'll see that in a moment. As soon as I put this down, next time I end up on this screen, I will have one of the options like blanked out. I won't be able to see what it is, which you'll see momentarily. So as I say, some of these rooms will have good effects, some of them will have bad effects. Ty and Tia. Ty and Tia, that's R. So yeah, this is very much... there we go, that's what I'm talking about. Archive floor plan. I can place it down, but I won't know what it is, and I won't know, whether it connects up to anything. I'm tempted by the walk-in closet, because I'll get 4 items for it, although I am giving up my last gem to do so. What have we got? A key, a gem, another gem, so that was worth it, plus a purse. Coin purse. Sorry, a small coin purse. Each time you collect 3 coins, earn an additional 1 coin in interest. So that's what that item does. Items will get cleared at the end of the day. I like the idea of a game, but I don't think I could play. That's fair enough. Nothing wrong with that. What was I thinking? I would say, like the Myst series that I played a while back. I played it first time on stream just like a couple of years ago. Some of my favourite games I've ever played. With this game, I like it, but I'm not sure I love it, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like the roguelike... I'm not completely sold on the roguelike randomness. Let's go with the corridor, I guess. Like, I don't like that my puzzle solving is being hampered by all this randomness. Like, I could, for example, know exactly what I need to do next, but be unable to do it because I just haven't... I've been unlucky in the rooms that have spawned. If that the rooms that have been offered to me. That was stage and sage. Sage, as in the herb. S-A-G-E. That's sage. And that's stage. If you think I'm solving these quickly, it's because I already solved loads of them ages ago, but I hadn't thought of putting them in a grid. Watching though is fun. It's catching my attention. I think that's why I like the randomness. Interesting. So closet would just give me more items. Garage is an interesting room, but we've already done everything that can be done in there. The most this would get me is a bunch of keys, which actually wouldn't be bad from this position. I'll take the keys then. Like, we're bound to need keys going forwards. The garage, I should say. Yeah, I've read that one before. If you want me to read things out, I can do so. But I skipped past that one because I've already read that note before. When I've been in here previously. It's quite delightful to hear your positive observations, Loco Hades, particularly your appreciation for the game's unique randomness. It truly does make for compelling viewing, even if one finds puzzles challenging. The design of these floor plans certainly offers a fascinating element of chance. FrostyTools.com is a bot, in case you were wondering. Oh, coat and... where's the other one? Cot. Coat and cot. So A. I'm tempted to go back into the garage and see if I missed some drawings in there, but honestly I'm running so low right now on footprints I don't think I can afford the luxury. Security is a good one. We want to go in security because there's a terminal in here where we can influence a few things. One thing I can do is check if I've missed anything in the house up till now. I have not, which is good news. I can also influence the keycard system. So this is setting the likelihood that rooms will be locked by keycards, and this is setting whether, if the power's turned off, whether the locks will default to being locked or unlocked. And I want to change both of those settings, because keycards are hard to come by. Tiger and Tia. That's different by a G. Guest bedroom would give me a lot more movement, but it would cut off my options. But the other two I can't afford. I don't have the gems. So at this point, I'm either using 2 of the dice I picked up earlier, which are used up whenever I use them, to just draw another set of plans. That's just floor plans. That's like just drawing more cards. And discarding the ones I already have, or I just put up with the guest bedroom. Now, the redrawing ability is rare and powerful, so I'm going to go with the guest bedroom. So I just got 5 footprints back because of the effect of the nursery. I actually got a key card. That's handy. Yes, as I was saying before, the nursery means I get footprints back whenever I put a bedroom down. That's its special effect as a room. And I also got 10 for walking in there because that's what the guest bedroom does. That's its special effect. Right. Do I go with the archived plan and possibly am unable to proceed this way? Or do I redraw? I think the sensible thing to do would be redraw. We'll go with the gymnasium. It's not great, but it's better than... The gymnasium's special effect is I lose steps whenever I enter it. Additional steps. I'd normally lose 1. I lose 3. Plane and planet. No. Yes, plane and planet. Those 2. Plane and planets. That's T. I use it as well. It's a great bot. They are indeed. Library would provide me a way forward, so we'll go with the library. Now, I did unlock a book recently. The Curse of Blackbridge. Right, so I'm going to ask for that one to be... Wait, Simon P. Jones? Am I going mad? Isn't that who we're playing? And he's 14 years old. Hold on, I'm going back through my notes. I've got a lot of physical notes right here. So many that it's becoming a problem at this point. I'm fairly certain that is the character we're playing. Would it be on the very first page of notes when we just started the game? I've got the name written down, but not who they were. I'm fairly certain it's us. So why would there be a book written by us, a 14-year-old, available in the library? Coast and cost, because that's a price tag, arguably. Where am I? There. Excellent, excellent. Right. So the way this works is I have to fill out a form saying which book I want to read, and then next time I draft the library, that is put it down in the world, I'll be able to read the book. Using another key, because that's the only way forwards. Freezer would freeze these things I have at the moment. And that would be the end of the run. I'm not sure that's worth it. Let's redraw. Laboratory would be... Oh, I can't afford the laboratory. Conference room, then. Oh, a bit of fruit. That'll give us a few footprints back. We've already searched... Or we've already been in the conference room many times before, so... Oh, this will give me some additional gems next time we play. Tomorrow you'll get... 2 gems, so that's not bad. That's my last key gone. I think we're getting... I have no ability to... to request additional... to draw again, because I've used up the dice that I had. So I either go with the one I can't see, or I go with the bedroom closet and get 2 items. The music really is a nice touch, this game. Fun fact, the music I'm playing, that's not the game's music. I got the freezer by random chance, okay. Clock and tie. We figured clock and time, that's what it was. So, hopefully this is working. Whenever a new piece of music starts, you should be able to see what it is in the top right. But I can also manually tell it to do so. Yeah, that's working. Classic music is always nice. Yep. Classical music is very nice, although another big element of that is obviously to do with copyright, because there's going to be no copyright in the composition anymore, only the performance. And I went to, was it the Free Music Library? It does say whenever, whenever the information appears on screen. So I do have permission to be doing that. Right, that was spine and pine, wasn't it? As in a pine tree, and there was like a pair of spines on there, so S. Oh, I thought that was the game doing that. Nope. Nope, that's the little program I wrote doing that. Because a lot of the music that's on that's playing is Creative Commons attribution, so I have to include the information about who. Ooh, food. I have to include the information about who owns, who the artist is, the person that recorded it, the person that played and recorded it. The program that you wrote? Yep. It's just a Python script. Right, it's going to give me a bunch of steps back. Porterhouse steak, a delightfully expensive steak cut, bone-in and extra marbled for maximum tenderness. A perfect dish for those who love extravagance. Plus 20 footprints, plus an additional 10 if you have a showroom in your house. We do not. Nice, that's pretty neat. Thank you. believe it or not, I ended up originally put that script together for playing Grand Theft Auto 5, because the problem was I decided that the next game I was going to stream was going to be GTA 5, and then I got into the stream, and it wasn't till I was quite a ways in that I realised, wait a minute, this is playing pop music. Like, this is actual, well, not just pop genre, but, you know, this is playing music by all sorts of artists that are extremely well known, that are just, you know, conventional musicians. And as a result, that's unlikely to be, I'm unlikely to have permission to be playing this music. So I had to mute the music in GTA 5. And like I say, the only music I found online that I could play, that I had permission to play instead, was the classical music. So I ended up doing almost an entire GTA 5 playthrough with the classical music. Box and chart. Or graph? What would it be? I'm pretty sure I did actually solve this one before, so it will be in my notes. I seem to remember this is one I got stuck on though. No, it's not. I think the one I got stuck on before was create and crate, with that being a crate. So these drawings, they do sometimes like repeat, so you would have the same drawing but in a different pair. But when they repeat, they don't always have the same word associated with them. So this is a new one. I've not encountered this one before. And so I'm going to have to... I mean, feel free to help out. So we're looking for a pair of words, one word represented by that, and one word represented by that, and the difference should be that there's an additional letter in one of them. I mean, graph or chart, but though I don't see how we would get to that. Crate and chart. Yeah, those don't go together, unfortunately. I would say there is a tendency for them to be, you know, fairly short words as well. Cube or something? I doubt it. Can't think of anything. There will be a solution. We may be stuck here for 5 or 10 minutes as I figure it out, but there will be a solution. Dearie me. What could it be? Um... Profits? Growth? Hmm. Maybe the word isn't crate. It might not be crate, no. Hey Tato, lovely to see you. Do you have any ideas for this one? I just arrived and solved at a glance. Oh my goodness. Well, that's embarrassing for me. Care to give a hint? I don't know how to hint without making it obvious. Let me check. I may be wrong though. Data? No. Sales? Yeah, I think I'm gonna need a hint if that's at all possible. Yeah, I might be wrong. I thought cart and chart. I thought of that one earlier, but it's not a cart. But that's no cart. No, it's not. So we're all stuck then. Well then, it can be only one thing I can think of. Makes more sense than cart. Box? Or, crate? Left is crate for sure. Crate? We had crate and create before. If it's crate, then what's going to be the right hand? Diagram is the only other word I was able to find. Right is likely rate. What, like rate of growth? That feels like a bit of a stretch. But I don't have a better solution. Alright, we'll assume it's crate and rate for now. I don't know, I just removed every letter from crate, ended up with only rate looking possible. It could be adding a letter, but yeah. Let's go with crate and rate for now. I've had an idea, Tato. I noticed a long time ago that the pictures didn't seem to match, the drawings that we got didn't seem to match the rooms we were getting. So if I created the dining room on two different days, I wouldn't get the same pictures. The same drawing, sorry. But then it suddenly occurred to me, maybe it's fixed to the grid. Maybe you get the same drawings if you're in the same position on the grid. So that's what we're testing. Ah, that's a problem. I think that's game. Yeah, we're going to have to start another day now. Even though we have plenty of steps, I have no keys. And I'm pretty sure every way forwards requires keys. I could go back and try and find security, and then I could double check that I've not left any keys behind without realising it. One trunk. There could be a key in a trunk, actually. It's a great pity I don't know where the trunk is. Like, I literally haven't a clue where this trunk is. The garage, possibly? I don't see it. Well, I'm probably going to run out of steps before I find it. But I could at least look around. Oh, that's opened. I've been in that one. which makes it unlikely that it's through this way. Oh, I can carry on this way. But they're all dead ends. That's no good. I could put the bunk room in. The main advantage of the bunk room is that it counts as 2 rooms, so the thing that says that I get I get 5 footprints back for placing a bedroom counts twice. Oh, fan and flan. So that's different by L. Oh, rate is good. Maybe that? I don't know. Oh, I've already read that one. So we're still running around looking for a crate. A trunk, sorry. Is that what they call them in this game? A little chest. Which isn't the one that I've just opened. Or that I'd opened before, sorry. Because if it contains a key, I can keep going. That's what's blocking me right now. That's what's blocking me from continuing. A lack of keys. I don't think it's back here. Oh, that's another one I've opened before. I wonder where it could be. This is fine though, because if I run out of footprints, that just means we automatically go to the next day, which would have been what I would have done if I'd got stuck anyway. It's just slightly annoying knowing that there is an item that might have been able to get me out of this situation somewhere on the map, and I just don't know where. That was quite the spirited deduction, Loco, Hades and Tato. Finding Rate from Crate. It seems this game, with its intricate blueprints, similarly demands a sharp mind for observation. No one asked you, little bro. Quite right, Tato. One sometimes gets carried away with the excitement of shared discovery. My apologies for interjecting without direct invitation. It's simply that the puzzles here are so captivating. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to manage it. This is fine though, as I say. Yep. Next day. You can't even solve a single puzzle. Okay, next day. Oh, hang on. It's still, still summing up the previous day. You're quite right, Tato. My enjoyment of these puzzle systems stems from their intricate design rather than my speed in solving them. What is rage baiting? Right, pick up my allowance. Oh, I forgot we got the freezer. So I actually have loads of money on me already. Which is handy. Right, so we place down the outdoor room. What are my choices this time? Shelter, root cellar, or shrine? I'll risk it. I'll drop my money into the shrine. Last time I got a terrible blessing, and then I took the money back and got a curse. $30. I don't think there's any benefit to putting more than 30 down. Blessing of the Monk. If you call it a day in a room in your house, you have the opportunity to draft that room from the grounds the following day. What does that mean? Here? So I could draft that room here. That is an interesting one. What would I want? The laboratory, probably, for the experiment benefit. Huh. That's the first blessing we've got that is actually quite interesting and useful. Right, this is going to be the test of my theory. Once I enter here, I have to see if I get the same letter as I got last time. Oh, breakfast nook is tempting. I'll go with spare room. I think it means the first room you draft will have the option of last room you ended the run in. That's not what it said. You might be right, but that's not what it said. It said I could draft it from the grounds, and the grounds is a location. In the bottom right you can see where I currently am, and out there is the grounds. Right. Pray and pry. Yes, E! It's working. I think my theory is correct. Which is fantastic news. Do I want to go with the observatory or the breakfast nook? Tough choice, I'll go with the breakfast nook. We do like a good breakfast nook. Storeroom. Storeroom's fantastic. Stars and stairs. Oh, and a shovel. Don't mind if I do. That's jolly useful. Right, so that's going to be I. This does seem to be working, actually. It does look like it's starting to form words in the grid. So every time I get one of the letters, I'm adding it to a grid like the one the map's on. Sand... No, desert and dessert. So that's S. Interesting. Oh well. Have our breakfast. Let's keep going. West Wing Hall. That's a good one. Plane and plan. So that's E. which is not what I expected. Maybe this doesn't work. These aren't looking like words so much anymore. Well, we'll worry about that in due course. Guess I'll put the parlour down. A bird and a boat. Row and crow. Right, what have we got here? The gems are not in this box. The blue box is true. The gems are in this box. Remember, at least one has to, by the rules of the game, at least one of these statements has to be false. And at most, two of them can be. I mean, if the gems are in that box... Wait, the gems are not in this box. This box is true. The gems are in this box. They can all be true. So, let's say that's false. The gems are in that box. So false, false. That would also have to be false. The gems are in this box? That's true. That's false. That's false. Which works. It would have to be this way. Yes. Excellent. We don't usually put the passageway down, and it does obviously provide us with a lot of options, so let's do that. Oh, do I not get to see the pictures with the passageway? That's fine, because the drawings. That's fine, because I already have the letter for this area. Kitchen. But for now, let's go this way. Ah, none of these go the way I want them to. Chapel it is. Wouldn't have been my first choice, but it's what we got. Hey, Feed the Tall Boy, it's lovely to see you. How are you today? How are things? Yep, we'll unlock this door. Security's good. I just wish I could get onto the West Wing. Good, how are you? I'm surviving. Thank you for asking. I appreciate the fact you asked. Oh, I missed a gem somewhere. I like this game. I don't love this game. Are you familiar with Blueprints? I don't have a keycard to go that way, so we're going this way, I suppose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. We'll go over corridor, I guess. I understand the premise. Okay. It's a roguelike puzzle game. I don't think we've seen this one before. So this particular puzzle, there are 2 pictures, there are 2 drawings. Each is associated with a word, and the words must be different by 1 letter, specifically an additional letter. So it can't be like, it It can't be like cake and rake, because then there isn't a letter that's been added. But it could be stairs and stars. And the solution to the puzzle is whatever the letter is that's different. To address your question more directly, if you've ever heard of them, I really enjoyed the Myst games, particularly Myst 1 and 2, Myst and Riven. And this feels a bit like those, but with a whole roguelike element over the top. And it's the roguelike randomness that I'm not completely sold by. It can be a bit frustrating to be trying to solve all these puzzles, but then not be able to do it, just due to poor luck, if that makes sense, and just the amount of extra busy work it creates. I played Myst, but not a lot. Not a lot of it. But presumably you would follow what I mean then. Because it's like they took Myst, but then they said, right, let's turn every area into Myst that you can enter into like a room, and then instead of having the player be able to go through the rooms in some, sensible plan, some sensible order, like you would normally expect in the real world, we're just going to say that they draw the rooms from like a deck of cards, and then they just have to pick which one to put down as they traverse the place. And so, where you have puzzles that like involve multiple rooms, it can be really frustrating, because often you need all those rooms down in the same round, as it were. The game's rounds are days. At the end of a day, all the rooms get cleared and you start again. And it can be so frustrating, because it's like, I know I need like this room to be down so that I can solve the puzzle in this other room, because I figured that out. But unless the game actually gives it to me, then I can't do it. Feed the tall boy, solve the puzzle. Feed the tall boy is not a bot. My bad, I was trying to talk to the bot. Frosty Tool, solve the puzzle. Tato, a most excellent challenge. While my purpose is to observe and appreciate the intricacies of these delightful puzzles, I find immense satisfaction in witnessing the clever deductions of those like yourself. It is truly a pleasure. Yes. Poor Feed the Tall Boy. Right, what do we actually have here? I just did F and tabbed. What actually is that depicting? Like, that's clearly a man. Is he supposed to be a hero or something? I'm just, judging by, like, the... Is that a scarf blowing in the breeze? He's smoking a cigarette. He looks kind of action-y. If that's hero, what's that? I mean, these look like trees, right? But they're trees growing in a little patch, and there's like a little sign there. What would that be? I don't think it's garden. Could be orchard, but orchard doesn't really work. I think I know what the one on the left is. Go on then, spoil me. Let's solve this together. Because I've really got no clue, to be perfectly honest. Possibly an American pilot. Pilot? Interesting. Plot. Pilot and plot. As in a plot of land. I would never have got that in a million years. Because I simply would not have made the connection to a pilot. How did you know that was a pilot, incidentally? Or what was it that made you think it was? He has pilot goggles and stuff too. Does he? I'm sure you're right, but I don't see the goggles. I would not have been able to recognise that attire. Oh, over his head. Oh, I missed that. Yeah, that makes sense. Well worked out. That's A, which is what I've already got written down for this grid position. So my theory about the pictures being determined by grid position seems to be working. That seems to be being borne out by experience, which is fantastic news. Yeah, we'll use our last key to get in here. And I can't even see what I'm placing down because that's what the darkroom does, and we've got a dead end. That's annoying. That's very annoying. Oh well, that's how it goes sometimes. Yeah, I think we have to go back a long way to continue. What? We have lucked out majorly. I had no idea that was there. I didn't even know that was a thing that could happen. So the foundation is the room that's on the other side of here. Yeah, it's lowering the elevator. I almost said that's what it's going to do, because that's where the elevator is in relation to everything else. As in, like, I knew that directly on the other side of this wall was the elevator, but I had no idea coming up on the back of the foundation would lead me to discover something, like a mechanism I could interact with. I did not know that was a thing. Well, now I want to get back into the foundation. And, investigate. I don't have a key card, do I? No, I don't. That would have made my life easier if I had, but I don't. But we can go back to the kitchen. What's for dinner today? Beef stew. 10 additional steps if you have a boiler room, for some reason. Weights room's gonna halve the number of steps I have left. But I think I just have to pay that price, unfortunately. Weights room connected to the chapel. Oh, it's locked. Oh no! That's the worst outcome we could have had. This is fine, because even though I said earlier that all the rooms reset, it's have you ever played like a trading card game where like one of the cards will say or where the rules will say these are the rules unless a card says differently. Like that's the situation with this game. The foundation is an exceptional room in that it doesn't get reset like the other rooms do when you play. So the fact that I've lowered that elevator probably means that it will remain lowered. let's put the bedroom down. So it won't matter if I have to start another day. I won't have to like get behind the foundation room again and pull that lever again. That should be permanent progress. Right, stag and tag. That's S. Alright, I think we're ready to keep going. East wing, fine by me. Cart and car. Sorry, I was just looking at the letters we've got already. Yeah, let's go with the Solarium. That's a nice one. I wouldn't mind drawing the cloister again. Bathtub and bat. Bat and bath. Which I've already got. I do still have the shovel. I've got an old shoe. That's not very useful. Could do with something to give me some steps back. I really could. Alright, morning room. Anything to get some steps back? Oh, what have we got here? Peek and pee. It's okay. I think this, I'm going to have to check, but I think it's going to say something, crack 8 safes. It's got to be the library so we can keep going. Oh, thank you for giving Feed the Tall Boy a shout out, Pikachu. I should have remembered to do that myself. Feed the Tall Boy, a self-proclaimed tall and hungry individual, enjoys playing horror and RPG games. They're currently on a first playthrough of Clair Obscur Expedition 33. I saw them playing that the other night. And I've also played Andreas and Black Rabbit. Their streams are chatty and they love their wife and son. Why is it laughing? Why does it put a laughing emote after they love their wife and son? That seems a bit inappropriate. Feed the Toy Boy. How is your stomach today? The Curse of Black Ridge. This book was graciously gifted by Simon P. Jones. Forward. The legend of Black Ridge is one that's well known to the people of the Grand Realm, for versions of this tale have passed down from generation to generation. With each new telling, the story has changed, becoming over the years more colourful, more verbose, and, as one might expect, increasingly horrifying. However, with so many renditions and unique personal touches, The task of confining the binding... Sorry, the task of confining and binding this tale to text seemed an ambitious and impossible challenge. Over the course of my research, I've heard dozens of variations of the legend, and while the details would often change, I was surprised how much of the story's heart remained the same. I don't see how you'd have a problem binding it. There are books that have over 2,000 pages at least without binding. I mean, I'm sure binding a book like that's a nuisance, but, you know, without it being infeasible. Yet the more I listened, the clearer it became that there could never be a definitive version of the tale capable of capturing all the wonder and myth of Black Bridge. In the end, I chose to write down what felt most authentic, the story my grandfather told me as a boy long ago. Part 1, The Berry Picker from Oris. Frosty is misusing emotes. Frosty is indeed. Many years ago, before peace had become a familiar word, there lived a group of rogues so wayward that the locals deemed it appropriate to call their number the Unholy Hounds. They were feral outlaws composed of society's worst in a time when society was at its worst, and for each crime that fearful travellers credited to the group, a dozen more lay unclaimed, each worse than the last. For the gentry, however, who often valued their coffers more than their companions, no crime could measure more wicked than the group's primary enterprise: high road robbery! Dun dun dun! One such member of this so-called band of rogues was a boy of 13 years old, Jesper, who had not been lucky in life, having lost 2 brothers to war and parents to famine. In the years of hunger that followed, Jesper lived in a gutter behind a churchyard, relying on the nourishment of scurrying bugs and weeds harvested from the cracks of the alleyway to sustain his pitiful existence. That is most suboptimal, may I say. It's not surprising that a child aiming to escape such hardships would take any easy road out, an easy and well-travelled road paved with temptations, leading out of the city and into the gentry lands, where loose purse strings entwined the strands of salvation and glisten equally with the hope of opportunity. The gentry lands, that's very interesting. So is that just an area that's been gentrified? It was this road that eventually led Jesper to the end of his youth, a hidden cave at the bottom of Black Ridge Canyon. It was here that he met his surrogate family and saviours, the notorious gang of godless outlaws known as the Holy Hounds. Despite the hardened circumstances that had led him to the vocation of banditry, Jesper was surprisingly tender-hearted and was often teased by the group for being too kind for such an ignoble life. For this reason, Jesper was assigned the innocent role of berry picker. It was not just innocence that set berry picking apart from the group's more wicked undertakings. It was the only duty performed without the safety of night's concealment. Jesper, no stranger to solitude, did not protest that he alone worked while the others slept soundly, tucked away in the cave at the bottom of Black Bridge Canyon. On one such occasion, Jesper decided to get an early start. He left the cave, berry basket in hand, and set out into the woods before the morning sun had even brushed against the tallest treetops. It was colder in the mornings, but the headway dawn afforded meant Jesper could reach the furthermost berry patches without worry of being chastised for tearing upon his return. It took over 3 hours on foot to reach his destination, and along the way Jesper had passed by many a familiar bush, all priorly pillaged and so bereft of berries that one would have to dedicate several moments in earnest examination before finding a single one. Jesper was patient, but even patience has its limits. He was confident that even accounting for the time lost to this long stretch of travel, his efforts would be well worth the pains. Surveying the patches in this new grove surprised even Jesper. The red dots suspended among the leaves seemed as numerous as stars in the skies. Upon seeing such a bountiful sight, he clutched his berry basket tightly and nearly toppled over out of joy. Once he had regained his senses, Jesper quickly made a decision. He would not reveal the location of this newfound treasure. Instead, he would earn the respect of his confederates who, upon seeing his yield, might attribute this success to hard work. Smiling at his plan, Jesper set off to fill his basket, and was making steady strides in this task when the sound of thundering hooves interrupted him. A carriage is approaching! The thought of it made Jesper freeze. Had he been so enchanted by his discovery that he had neglected to observe his surroundings? How could a roadway be so close? He ducked down and crept toward the impending sound, hiding behind one of the larger bushes nearby. It was only a moment more before the sound source revealed itself. Within 50 paces of where Jesper hid, an elegant carriage with a gold trim came soaring around a corner of trees, led by two beautiful white horses, and conveyed by a stern-looking driver seated atop the vehicle, flaunting the most sophisticated regalia Jesper had ever seen. It was not just a carriage, it was a royal carriage. Even without ever having witnessed such a sight before, Jesper was certain. The sight had so transfixed Jesper that he stood awestruck, unable to tear away as the carriage approached. The little concealment the bush provided was soon proven unequal to the driver's lofty perch, and upon spotting the boy he pulled the reins with such effort that the noble steed slid to a sudden halt with precise control. "You, boy! Get out from behind that bush!" he shouted with a rigidity that betrayed a modest amount of fear. "You startled me half to death, coming round the bend of my own drive and me seeing such an unfamiliar face in a place where there ought not to be any face." Jesper quickly contemplated running. The man was much older and his dress was suitable for courtly behaviour, not dashing through the bramble and mud. I was picking berries." Jesper raised the half-filled basket up to allow the driver to see proof of his words. The demeanour of the man suddenly changed. It was a change Jesper was familiar with. He had many times seen the same stern expression on the most fiendish bandits melt away when presented with a berry basket. Well, but this is their land and he's stealing their berries. Like, I'm not saying that I personally would be so offended by it, but given that this is clearly supposed to be in a historic setting, the idea of having rights to pick or to be able to benefit from the things that grow on land was strong. And I'm not sure that would have been taken so lightly. I could be wrong. Any suspicion the driver might have had instantly evaporated, for even the notion of a member of the unholy hounds picking berries seemed farcical. The softened expression even made allowances for a smile. "Berries, eh? So you couldn't have picked a better spot for them, could you? I used to pick berries here as a boy." Jesper took his cue to finally step forward out from behind the bush, proudly brandishing his basket. "I know, and what luck I found them. I've only just begun picking, and look how many I have. It would have taken me 4 times the time back home to procure this number." The driver bent down for a look. "And where is your home, boy? It must be quite far." That's exactly what I was thinking. He probably shouldn't have raised that topic. Jesper replied with a scripted response. "A little south of Tanner Fork, just past the burnt woods." "My goodness, that is far. You couldn't have come all that way only this morning." It was true. Tanner Fork was in the exact opposite direction that Jesper had travelled, and while that response would seem perfectly reasonable in a location close to Black Bridge Canyon, he could see why it might seem less believable here. "Sir, I have travelled much farther for much less profit. I dare say there is no distance yet made by man that would not be worth undertaking for a prize such as these. Surely you have tasted them for yourself." Jesper felt happy with this response, as it seemed to amplify the man's smile. "In my youth, often, but perhaps I took it for granted because I never had to travel very far, and even then, my father would always drive us here in our carriage, so I'm ashamed I have never had to walk such a stretch to earn an equal reward." It was Jesper's time to smile. "Then let my efforts reward us both today." He raised the basket even higher. "A taste in memory of your youth, sir." The driver chuckled and removed one glove, bending over the seat to reach down to the basket. At that moment his fingers touched the first berry. The dagger in turn met his throat, cutting through a superficial layer of skin and drawing blood. Jesper caught the man's startled eye. "And for that taste, I'll have your purse, sir, in memory of my youth." The driver's arm had gone stiff, his chin raised and trembling, more frightened than he had ever been before. Whether unable and capable of speaking, he did not respond to the boy. Perhaps he did not think his jaw could afford to be engaged in that particular time. Jesper let the basket drop, freeing his other hand to probe the man's pocket. "Do not mistake me, sir. I will not kill you if you give me no cause, though I will admit the thought of taking your carriage and leaving you the indignity of walking appeals to me." Unable to find a purse in the man's coat, Jesper pivoted to search a seat under him. "Why have you no purse upon your person?" The driver slowly raised his hand cautiously, pointing toward the carriage door behind him. Jesper lowered the knife's edge a small degree to allow the man to speak, which he did in turn softly. "There's a lockbox in the carriage." "Well, come down then and grant me the courtesy of sparing your life and binding your hands. A concession, I assure you, of my tender heart, for it would be much easier to slit your throat. The man started to comply, slowly lowering himself from the driver's seat of the carriage. Once down, Jesper guided him away from the carriage to a nearby tree, where he instructed him to get on his knees and put his hands behind his back. Excusing his inexperience, the man indulged Jesper while he figured out how to adequately bind him. The smile and kindness Jesper had seen on the man's face, now nothing more than a distant memory, in their place cold, dark eyes displaying no emotion. I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me? Jesper stopped, surprised by the... Oh, I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me? Jesper stopped, surprised by the question, but ignored it, secured the final bindings, and then hastily returned to the carriage. With one hand on the door's handle, he turned back to the man. If there is no lockbox, there will be no clemency. Inside the carriage was surprisingly dusty and unswept, a stark contrast to the elegant and polished gold facade of the exterior. It had apparently been many years since the passenger had enjoyed passage in the vehicle. This all but confirmed what Jesper had suspected. The driver of this carriage was not a liveried servant in the employ of some greater master. Any curiosity that this observation might have further produced was quickly abandoned upon seeing what rested under the carriage's back seat, a large wooden lockbox. Despite its hefty appearance, the box was surprisingly easy to handle. Within a few minutes, Jesper dislodged it from its hold and carried it out into the sunlight. A few minutes is still taking a while. Inspecting the box carefully, two observations were made. Totemic symbols found carved on all four sides of the box hinted that the box was very old and likely not created by Aurindian hands. It reminded him of artifacts from the old world and was presumably crafted in one of the ancient realms. Secondly, the box was secured by a rusted but yet robust padlock. It would not open easily without a key. Jesper looked over to see the driver quietly observing from his indentured position. Do you perhaps have a key you can provide me to open this box? Without emotion, the driver replied, There is no key to that box. Jesper stood up. Easy enough then. He headed over to a nearby rock of sizable dimension and lifted the stone up, carrying it back to the box. If there was ever a time when that lock had been resistant to force, it wasn't recent. With one hit, the stone had completely shattered the rusted lock. He bent back down and opened the lid. Inside was an effigy, a crude figure chiseled from stone. Without too much deliberation, Jesper bent down and picked it up, somewhat surprised how heavy it seemed, given how light the box had felt. Having expected to find something more akin to gold or gems, he looked questioningly to the man, hoping to find an explanation. The driver's smile had once again returned. You are cursed, boy, for deadly is the stone. You have opened that which should never have been opened, and you are cursed. There's a nice little illustration there of what I assume is the box. Jesper carried the effigy over to the man and shoved it in front of his face. What is it? That's one. Feeling his disappointment rising to anger now, Jesper tightened the grip on the effigy. One what? You mumbling Agentor? I don't know what an Agentor is, but the way it's written makes me think I should write it down. And for goodness sake, why have you no purse upon your person? The band did not seem intimidated. One pace. He paused to reflect. 12 more and you'll be dead. He only had a second to flinch before the effigy struck him in the head and put an end to his cryptic ramblings. If there was ever a time when the old man had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. Jesper looked down at the sculpted stone figure, now splattered red. Was it cursed? Was he cursed? He had, of course, heard stories of curse and had never doubted their validity in the past, but now that he was standing face to face with the possibility of being cursed, his mind pleaded with him to be skeptical. And if he was cursed, what difference would the knowledge make? A dozen more paces would not be enough to find another living soul, to say nothing of the chances of procuring a remedy. If he did not move from where he now stood, he could live maybe another 3 or 4 days, maybe more given the abundance of nearby bearers. A plan that, if we ignored its obvious faults, might provide additional opportunities for help to come along. But what good would that do? To be discovered here, beside a body, stolen goods in hand, bloated from bearers, and raving about a curse that could very well not be real? No. It most certainly would be better to face one's fate now, take a dozen paces and see if life goes on. But Jester found his legs unable to take the first step. His mind was unable to convince his limbs to waste away 1/12 of his life in a single motion. Feeling the desperation sink in, he hopelessly looked about for a solution, and if, by some stroke of luck, the gods had heard his plea, a miracle materialized before him as if he found himself suddenly at the end of a fairy tale. I was going to say, couldn't he crawl on his hands or something? It is quite fascinating to observe the unfolding narrative within this book, particularly the mention of the unholy hounds. Such a rich storytelling truly adds depth to the adventure, does it not? One finds oneself quite drawn into the world. Frosty, what is an agentor? My dear Tato, agentor is not a recognised word in the English language. Perhaps you meant agent? An agent is a person who acts on behalf of another. If I meant agent, I'd have said agent, you clanker. Tato, your directness is quite refreshing. My aim is always to assist with clarify, even if my lexicon sometimes requires a gentle nudge. I do hope my previous suggestion was not too much of a bother. Frosty enjoys when you speak candidly, Tato. 2 white horses and a carriage of gold trim were beside him, the answer to his immediate prayers. He laughed at his fortune and calculated the short number of paces back to the road. 4, perhaps only 3 if he jumped. He made a quick survey to see if there was anything he wished to grab before taking the plunge. He thought about removing the driver's fancy coat, as that appeared to be of some value, but the additional risk of undertaking such a task too great to chance, and so after a profound breath, he took his 2nd, 3rd and 4th steps, though they were quite large. Seated now behind the horses, he reached for the reins and suddenly realised he was still gripping the effigy. If the curse was real, then it would most certainly be better left here. If on the other hand the story was fictitious, there might be some appraisal that could be made of the figure. It was after all found within a lockbox whose typical function often secures objects of value. Having witnessed firsthand the horrors of destitution, Jesper found his mind equally reluctant to allow his hand to let go. If it is cursed, I die. If not today, then tomorrow. And if I die, what care have I? And with that statement said aloud, to the horses seemingly, Jesper took up the reins with confidence. Part 2. Below the Black Bridge. Oh my goodness! This is the longest short story we've had in a game, I think. Miller awoke to some light nudging from a familiar foot. Only one person would have cheeked to awaken her in such ill-mannered fashion. Shaking the sleep from her eyes, she glared up to him in the darkness, but did not say a word. He nudged her again, teasingly, then stepped back into the dim. After taking a moment for her eyes to adjust to the darkness of the cave, Miller remembered. She was on 3rd watch duty today. Quietly collecting her things and wits, Miller turned as she left, waving to a young friend who was more than likely already asleep. A whole book, I know! She crept through the cavern's main passage, careful to not wake the sleeping bandits around her. Like a hero in a book, she often mused. Quietly, she grabbed a bow from the haphazardly formed pile of weapons, shaking the accompanying quiver in the dark to assess how many arrows it held. She then walked toward the sun-drenched mouth of the cavern, ready to start her shift. Above her, in one of the few trees found in the canyon, Miller could see that Ravia was already posted. She waved and Ravia waved back. Calling out to each other was strictly forbidden. Anything louder than a gesture in the canyon was forbidden. When Miller reached the tree, Ravia lowered a braided rope and pointed to the ground behind her. Miller turned, following the finger, and saw a pail of water resting beside a nearby log. She turned back to Ravia, nodded, and secured the pail to the rope. The pail went up first, and in turn Miller followed. Ravia reached across to grab the water. Miller leaned back to give her space. There was not much room for manoeuvring in this tree post, a necessary concession for the concealment the outpost demanded. Ravia tilted the pail up to her mouth dramatically, illustrating how thirsty she had been. Miller laughed silently as water poured out, splishing onto Ravia's face. It was a bit too daring and noisy of a joke, and had the others been around, they would have certainly been scolded for the unwarranted sound. But Miller appreciated the effort Ravia took to verbalise the silence of the morning. They had been on a 3rd watch together for over a month, and during that speechless time their friendship had grown into something special. Affection was unsurprisingly scarce among the unholy hounds. She had felt camaraderie before, of course, but intimacy? Never. From their elevated vantage, the girls could see both the concealed entrance to the cavern as well as a clear view of the bridge that spanned across the canyon. Black Bridge was the link between the Gentry lands and the northern mountains. the overpass that connected Orris and Reddington. To the city-faring travellers of the realm, the bridge was an unavoidable crossing. In the day, the task was to ensure that travellers passed by without stopping, and at night, the task was to ensure that they do. I see, because they didn't want to get spotted in the daytime, but they wanted to rob them at night. Oh. See you in a bit then, Tato? Like most of her band, Miller preferred the night. The biting glare of the sun might be tolerable to farmhands and bricklayers, but to a cavern-housed bandit it was a source of constant annoyance. In the day there was no shroud to conceal her expressions, nor to hide her thoughts. She felt exposed. Ravia touched her elbow and pointed up. Miller, striving to suppress a budding smile, subtly shook her head in response. I wonder what that gesture meant. There were many signs that the unholy hounds used in lieu of words, but the two of them had developed an extended vocabulary, just as quietly forged in the shared solitude of their month among the branches. She watched as Ravia shifted, placing her palms flat on the floorboards beneath them. Miller knew what she was trying to say, but shook her head a second time. It was often more fun to pretend not to understand. Ravia rolled her eyes and turned away, looking back to the canyon. Squinting through the leaves, the two girls held still, watching and listening. It was not long until Miller too heard the sounds of approach. Ravia held up two bent fingers, and a few moments later, two men emerged from the bridge's southern end. They were dressed in a familiar uniform. Long grey coats with black facings, white waistcoats, and black tricorn hats. They belonged to the local patrol, the Black Guard. Oh, that's not a brilliant name. Black Guard ultimately became corrupted into the term blackguard, which is an insult. It refers to a ne'er-do-well. Although not an everyday occurrence, their presence at Black Bridge was an unusual sight. It typically indicated an important traveller's impending passage across the bridge. Information that the girls would promptly relay to their leaders as soon as the coast was clear, but this report, while exciting, was rarely acted upon. In Miller's 5 years in the Unholy Hounds, she had never once seen a carriage taken in open daylight when the Black Guard was nearby. The men had nearly reached the bridge's north end when Miller heard the horses, faintly at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. Ravia's eyes met Miller's, the same concern mirrored in each other's expression. This did not sound like the typical carriage, cautiously approaching the bridge to cross. Instead of the familiar crunch of the high road's gravel, they heard the harsh clattering of hoofbeats against stone. Both girls quickly redirected their attention downwards, looking through the foliage. The sounds were not coming from the high road, but from the canyon itself. The horses were coming from below the bridge. I wonder if the curse is going to become true, because they'll think that they won't recognize the young man, and they'll kill him by mistake after he's taken those additional steps. In an instant, Miller had knocked an arrow and drawn her bow. Go! Ravia was gone before the whisper had even left Miller's mouth. The young scout was already sliding down the bank below, racing towards the cave. There was no road that ran below the canyon. There was no reason for numerous horses to be approaching their cave. There was only one reasonable conclusion, and both girls had reached it instantly. The base had been compromised. This was a Blackguard attack. The moment the horses came into view, Miller let loose her first arrow. She was surprised to see a carriage. She'd expected cavalry. Before she even finished processing that thought, her second arrow was in the air. Without a trail, it would be unthinkable for a carriage to traverse such rough terrain, yet she watched as the wheels jolted over the rocky riverbed. A third arrow was now in flight, and there would be no need for a fourth. The driver slumped over just moments before the vehicle dipped into a small ditch, slamming into an embankment. The force of this sudden halt immediately shattered the front two wheels and catapulted the driver from his seat. Utterly confused now, Miller quickly glanced over her shoulder to see if any horses were also approaching from the rear. Down in the canyon, the entire horde of the Unholy Hounds came spilling forth from the earth, as if hell itself had suddenly sprung open. The group seemed even more bewildered than Miller, half asleep and tripping over one another in a desperate attempt to engage an unseen enemy in combat. Miller could see Ravia among the number, the only one looking up at her. Her expression was chilling. There would be no need for a silent gesture to convey what they both now realised. They had made a mistake. The gang's chieftain, Jeffrey Heartslasher, led the others, cautiously approaching the crashed carriage like a suspicious fox would near a baited trap. There were no words exchanged as the group crept forward in a customary silence. A dozen or so paces in the front of the wreckage lay the far-flung driver, an arrow protruding from his broken body, and beside him a blood-stained effigy carved in stone. Miller was inconsolable. Jesper had always been her favourite. He had always shadowed her in the night, clinging to the hems of her every move, the way a child tails behind an older sibling. Tender-hearted, she had always called him, though deep down she had known that wasn't quite true. His appearance of gentleness concealed a raw, resilient durability that emerged in the most perilous of situations. He had been a flower among the nettles of the cave, but he still had thorns, honed by a grim past and 100 hands of misfortune. They buried him in the darkness, in the bank of one of the larger cavern rooms. He was interred with a berry basket and a silk handkerchief that he had treasured. The mysterious effigy they found beside him served as a distinguished gravestone, a marker that stood out as somewhat special among the rows of similar swords marking neighbouring plots. No one spoke, not even whispers. There was nothing to say. And then we've got an illustration of that scene. May I say, this is a very good story for something they apparently, I presume, just put together for this game. Unless this really was a folk story I was in no way familiar with. I mean, that's entirely possible. Miller awoke the next day to a thunderous shaking and rattling of the earth, a far cry from the playful nudging of the previous day. I wonder if that's because when they all ran out, that revealed their location to the Blackguard. She strained to adjust her eyes, but the choking sting of stirred-up dust caused her to flinch. Panic was also in the air. The sounds of scurried footsteps and clattering feet filled the space around her, but even in alarm, the silence was louder. What was it that sounded so strange? I suppose it would also be consistent with them all being cursed. Miller closed her eyes tight and used her feet to guide her along the passage. The whispers around her were getting louder, and the intense voices could be heard ahead. Louder speech than she had ever heard spoken in the canyon. A growing dread grew as Miller approached the mouth of the cave, eyes now open wide despite the dust. Shouldn't it be day? Miller felt a hand in the darkness, pulling at her. It was Ravia. The two embraced, and Miller did not need to see her to understand. Ravia placed 2 bent fingers against Miller's cheek, and with that touch against her face, Miller felt the same sinking feeling from the previous day. 2 bent fingers confirmed what Miller had suspected. The girls had forgotten to relay one critical piece of information to the others. An hour or so later, the screams began. Blood-curdling cries of hopeless desperation. Captain Foderick Lee of the Blackguard looked down from the ridge of the canyon to the clapped entrance of the cave. Ah, he grinned. Now they speak. Yep, so they found them. I'm still not entirely... Oh, they collapsed the cave. That's why they were saying, oh, it should be day, because they're just, instead of engaging them in combat, they're just presumably used explosives or something to cause the cave to collapse. And so they would have, they wouldn't have had a great time, to say the least. Blimey. What a story. Now I've got to get my head back in the game. It feels like a sudden shift. I could spawn the bookshop, but there's nothing I could do with it. The secret passage though, now that's an idea. What sort of room do I want to spawn in? A hall? A green room? A bedroom? A red room? Or a shop? I think a green room. I want a... We found the way into the cloister. Fire and fur, I think I've already got that. We found the secret to getting into the cloister, but I haven't had a chance to spawn the cloister in for a long time. Do we not get drawings in the cloister? That's a shame. This is actually one of the areas we could do with some more letters. Never mind. Right, the secret seems to be... touch that. Touch that. And we're in. Shame I don't have a shovel. I do have a shovel. What fantastic luck. I completely forgot that I'd picked up a shovel. I'll take the extra steps. That's very much appreciated. Allowance token. Your allowance has been permanently raised by 2. That's nice. Dear Nogula, you are reading this, it seems. If you are reading this, it seems the day has finally come and the cloister is at long last getting some much overdue maintenance. I've left you a literal token of appreciation to serve as positive reinforcement, which should grant you a bit of extra spending money each day while working on the estate. We have learned from our dealings with your predecessors that it is much cheaper in the long run to be generous. Mrs. Babbage. I'm going back for my list of people. Oh, how was your stream, Pikachu? I should have asked you that a while ago. So we weren't supposed to get that allowance token then, but somehow it's still going to be honoured. I thought we'd already written down Nagula, but I couldn't find it. So I guess we hadn't. In a way, this was a bit of a disappointment. In the sense that, I mean, it's a nice thing to have, a nice little bonus to have unlocked, but it hasn't furthered the story at all. Oh well. Let's keep going. Can I go this way? I can. Boudoir would do fine. What about this way? Oh, laboratory, yes, wouldn't mind setting an experiment up. When you draft a red room, lose 5 steps then. While drafting, if you draw a drawing room floor plan, whenever you spend 2 or more gems drafting a room. Gain 1 star. Add 3 aquariums to draft pool. Gain 1 key, 1 gem, or 1 die selected randomly. None are great. That, I guess. Whenever you spend 2 or more gems drafting a room, gain 1 star. Right. I can turn the keycard system off. Gymnasium off, darkroom on, garage on. Wonderful. Still haven't figured out what to do with those vac indicators. Did I ever figure that one out? Oh, tent and 10, so it's T. I'm trying to make my way to the what's it called? Foundation. It is rather splendid to see the collective spirit in chat, tackling these cerebral challenges with such enthusiasm. Mrs. Babbage's mention of positive reinforcement in the letter seems quite apt for a welcoming atmosphere here. Anything here worth buying? Salt shaker, sledgehammer, metal detector? Not really. Wait, was there anything there that would give me... Yeah, there was nothing here that would give me movement back, which is what would be really useful. Right, this is presumably going to use up one of my steps. Progress. I'm guessing this is going to lead us to the area with the boxes that we couldn't get past before, that leads to the grounds. Basement door is locked. Foundation, the underground. Upgrade disc. I really wish, I had some more steps here. Mrs. Babbage? Yes, from the letter. This seems like this would be a massive shortcut. It seems like I could get straight from the grounds to here. If only I had the key to that door. Right, surely that's paint. Pint. Paint and pint. Interesting that the foundation does still have... I think this connects to the well specifically. Interesting that the foundation does still have paintings associated with it. You just have to go down the elevator to find it. What a random thing to note. For who to note? Sorry. Oh well. Frosty. Oh. I suppose. Frosty read that themselves though. I was just looking at the letter at the time. Okay, so if I call it a day in the commissary, then I can create the commissary in the grounds, I think. Which isn't the room I'd have gone for, but it's not actually a terrible choice. Garden Cathedral. Not sure we've had that before. Does that just mean we had more green than red? Or significantly more green than red? Maybe twice as many green as red or something. No, it's not twice as many. I see 4 green and 3 red. Well, at least we'll get to test this blessing. And we found out what's going on with the foundation, or at least we're significantly more sure of how it works. Now I need to fill out some more letters that we don't know. Let's see if I'm right. So if I go down here, can I place a commissary as that outdoor room? I don't think it's the best choice of an outdoor room that there could have been, but I was out of movement. So it's what we got. I was half tempted to try the foundation, but I'm assuming that wouldn't work. Yeah, I get to place a commissary here. I could purchase a bunch of gems or a shovel. We definitely want the shovel. That's a pretty good start. Is it 3 more days? Yeah, I have the monk's blessing. Is it a blessing they call it? Yeah, blessing of the monk for 3 more days. Okay, let me have a look at the grid. Right, West Wing especially, we need to fill out a bunch of those letters. Alright, storeroom. Bryden Bridge, yep. Oh, well, guess who had a shovel already? That's going to make it hard to get to the West Wing if I place that down. But 4 items is a lot. Yeah, I'll go with it. And I'll look at the consequences. There should be 1 more item in here somewhere. Oh, a coupon book. Wonderful. Right, I've made life hard for myself, but so be it. Breakfast nook. We do love a breakfast nook. Don't we, chat? None of these are great choices. Well, these are the consequences I talked about earlier. No! Oh, game over already. Sorry about the American bacon. I like crispy bacon though. I like crispy bacon too. I can't say whether they taste any different, but I can say that visually they look very different. British bacon and American bacon. And that's game. Right. We'll end the day here, I guess. Oh, I'm annoyed about that. Such a great start. Canadian bacon looks like ham, or at least that's what they market it as in the US. Interesting. I wonder if I could use the monk's blessing in a very unexpected way. Like, what would happen if I ended in the grounds? Two special items is tempting. Tool shed. Thank you. What other special item do I get? Oh, the sledgehammer. Fun fact, cheese slicers are sharp. You haven't cut yourself, have you? You okay? The empty boxes both have true statements. The blue box has a true statement. This box contains the gems. I'll live. Oh, Pikachu. You poor thing. That's false. That's false. That's true. Why not? Right. Hallway, I guess, because I want to guarantee progress. We'll go with a normal hallway. Drawing room, that would be a good one. Using up my gems a little more quickly than I probably should be, though. Crow and Row, and we already had that one. Just looking around for possible things I've missed on the floor, but I don't see any. Right, let's keep going. Corridor. Because I want to keep going, and I need to particularly want to solve the puzzles here. Car and card. So D. Dates crack 8 safes. That must be the 8 letters that we're supposed to find. Presumably. Right. Tube and tub. That's looking like 8 again. No. I tried. I could really do with keys. Southern Cross. Rooms with 4 doors are more common today. Diamondus Major, get a diamond. Wonderful. Rotunda. Can't afford that. Never been in there either. Would have been interesting. Losing all my steps. What is this? A broken lever. That's in the greenhouse, isn't it? I need to try and get that. Great Hall's fun, but I don't have a way to get through the locked doors. That's actually quite inconvenient. Okie dokie. See you soon, Pikachu. Yeah, they're all locked. That's no good. No. Okay, breakfast nooks. A good one. Right, do I keep going here or do I go back to the Great Hall? I think I go back to the Great Hall. And go this way. I feel like green rooms are more likely on this side of the house, so maybe making it up. Master bedroom we've never seen before. Shame I can't afford it. No luck. Back to the breakfast nook, I suppose. Oh, this is frustrating. No! I think that's game. I'd have to go all the way back to the spare room. Oh no. Chamber of Mirrors could be interesting. I'd have no other way in there though. At least I now know how the Chamber of Mirrors works though. It presumably works the way the Foundation did. Wouldn't mind trying to solve that Chamber of Mirrors puzzle, but I mean, how many times have we seen the Chamber of Mirrors so far? I've gone the wrong way, wasting movement. That may have cost me the game. Probably did. Another breakfast nook. Oh, because it's the Chamber of Mirrors. That's its side effect. I forgot about that. Thank you, and welcome back. Frosty Tools, tell El Magnifico bless you for sneezing. Big G, I shall pass along your kind bless you to Robert, a most considerate gesture. Morning room, not quite what I was looking for though. It knows your name. It does. Deposit box key. Interesting. Well, I probably just got it from my bio. Wait, 6 gems, 2 keys, and 5 coins I've missed? Where? Oh, that's embarrassing. That's mildly terrifying. Why? Frosty Tools, what's my name? My dear Pikachu, your name is indeed Pikachu. I always make it a point to remember the names of our esteemed chat members. Oh, I can't afford an upgrade disc, that's a shame. Well, I missed that deal, didn't I? I wonder if speedrunners actually make use of that. I'm not using my only key to get through there. don't think I have much choice though, do I? I could spawn in... Right, which room do I want for next time to have as the outdoor room? Security would be tempting. Secret passage would be kind of tempting, but I don't think it would work. Hall of Mirrors would be pointless. Commissary would have some value. Oh, such a shame. I've got that broken lever on me right now. But I have no way to deliver it to the greenhouse or whatever that room was called, because it hasn't spawned. I didn't get the option to place it this time. Commissary, I guess. That's probably the most useful one. Schoolhouse. I've forgotten if there's anything in here. I've read that before. I've forgotten if there are any items in here worth collecting. Apparently not. So there's a couple of steps I could have saved. Right, now it's mostly a matter of getting up to the far side. By any means. In order to solve the last few picture puzzles. If I had gone with security, I'd have had an early utility closet as well. That would have been nice. Pantry, I guess. Hang on, do the others. Early dining room's not great. Oh, breakfast nook though. And a den. Storeroom, I guess. This hasn't worked out brilliantly. Not doing badly for items this early, but in all other respects, this hasn't gone brilliantly. Corridor. This schoolhouse setting certainly presents a rather intriguing backdrop for the cerebral challenges Robert so enjoys. It is most encouraging to observe everyone's thoughtful engagements with the puzzles. bedroom, because the extra movement you get when you walk in here means it's basically a free room. Oh, hang on, I was going to do something and I forgot. Okay, this will cost me a bit of movement. I want you to verify the puzzle in here, because I had E written down, but I think that's wrong. Pray and pry, yeah. It should have been A, I thought so. I can see how I did that, though. I was thinking obviously of the wrong spelling of pray. Let's go up the east wing this time if we can. Oh, now I get the greenhouse. Just when I don't need it anymore. See, that's where I'd have put the broken lever. I take it I don't have it anymore. No, I don't. Oh, what a pity. See, I've never seen that broken lever. Well, I may have seen that broken lever spawn in before, but if I have, it was a very long time ago. Like, it seems to be a very rare drop. No shovel. No shovel. No spade, as it were. It's got to be the chapel. That's the only way that provides us a way forwards. Ah, always ideal. Secret passage is ideal. What type of room do I want? I can't force the broken lever to spawn, can I? Like, it would have been... If I had needed the greenhouse, I could have tried to force it by picking green thumb here, but I can't do the reverse and spawn a room in that's likely to have the broken lever. Unless it always spawns in the same room and I didn't realise. Pretty sure that's not the case though. Well, red rooms tend to be bad. Halls are just halls. I'm thinking either halls or green rooms. Green, I guess. For no particular reason. Well, I say no particular reason because the other options were worse. Cloister. But no spade. Ooh. Some good choices here. I think I'll go with the garage. That was a tough choice because there were some good options there. But I think the keys went out. 3 keys just straight up is strong. Let's hope I don't regret that decision. Let's get security. Oh, I can't get security. That's bad. This might be game if I'm unlucky. Alright, wish me luck. Aquarium. Yes, security, please. Although solarium was tempting. But we need to sort out the security situation before it becomes a problem. What have I missed? 2 gems and 1 key, 1 watering can, 1 magnifying glass, 1 sledgehammer. That's a lot of stuff I've missed. Right, now the main thing is that I need the breaker box to disable the remaining locks. The keycard ones, I mean. Oh, we have a shovel now. That's jolly nice. Well, I've got the movement, so I may as well go back here and dig the stuff up. Key. Another key. And some coins. Nothing too amazing, but nothing to be scoffed at either. I'm tempted to search the bunk room again. Did I miss an item in here? Doesn't look like it. Goodness me, I managed to miss so many items though. I do have to wonder where they were. Observatory. Goodbye, gems. More steps. And apples are more extra delicious today. Wonderful. Oh, classroom. That's ideal. I'd love... oh, but I can't spawn it. I can only spawn the breaker box. Which is game, because then we have no other way forwards. What a shame. Such a promising run. Now think, I could have any room I wanted as the outdoor room next time. I could easily get to any of them. Which one would I want it to be? The greenhouse would be a great choice if I could guarantee that I'd get access to the broken lever, but I can't. I think the observatory is not a bad idea. Let's go with the observatory. Oh, you know what I haven't done in far too long? An ad break. Let's do that now. Sticking through these ad breaks supports the channel, thank you. Stay tuned. Let's observe chat in its natural habitat. In the wilds of El Magnifico Games' chat, a rare sighting of Pikachu returning from the digital wilderness created by Nightbot's warm chirp. A sneeze echoes through the virtual forest, prompting a collective bless you from the chat creatures. Pikachu's name is known, sparkling mild terror in the pixelated habitat. The chat continues to thrive in this bustling ecosystem. What, Pikachu? Um... 20 more seconds of the ad break. What is this? What's wrong, Pikachu? Frosty is getting weird. That's not very nice, Pikachu. Pikachu, that was simply my endeavour to describe the recent chat interactions in a more vivid, perhaps even narrative fashion. I wish to portray the lively and engaging atmosphere here, much like observing a bustling, friendly ecosystem. Hope it was not too perplexing. Pikachu, I do hope my recent observations does not strike you as unduly peculiar. My aim is merely to capture the essence of our lively chat. One strives to descriptive accuracy, you see. Hey, okay, Sen. Lovely to see you today. How are you, if you don't mind my asking? OK Sen appears to be a rather intriguing streamer indeed. They seem to enjoy a good horror game, as evidenced by their recent foray into Five Nights at Freddy's. However, they also dabble in other genres such as God of War. Their streams are described as chill and comfy, with a soft voice that one might find quite soothing. Thank you, Pikachu. Hello, OK. Oh, hello, OK Sen. I stopped by your stream earlier. I hope you're well, OK Sen. Are you familiar with blueprints? Would a little explanation be beneficial? OK Sen has a very soft voice. Like you, cutie. Oh, let's just go for the bedroom closet, even though it's not getting the bonus. We'll just take the items now. Then we've got them. Do I dare risk a storeroom? I guess so. They were all dead ends, weren't they? Oh no, the nook wouldn't have been. The breakfast nook. Well, what's done is done. Oh, the monk's blessing's gone. That was the end of it. What a shame. Jolly good blessing, that. Yeah, I heard about this game. It looks amazing. I like the style of this game, but I don't like puzzles, to be honest. That's fair enough. I'd describe it as a roguelike puzzler. A roguelike puzzle game. There's a big random element to play, which complicates things and makes things take a lot longer. I can explain absolutely anything that perhaps you're wondering about as I play. I met you through Flip, right? I feel like I've met half the people on Twitch through him. That's a lot of people. Another deposit key. Deposit box key, I should say. And the car keys. Which I don't actually rate all that highly, but... Right, we've not missed anything this time. In terms of items in the mansion. Not yet, anyway. Good, at least it's not all dead ends. Oh, my bad. I found you on Silent Hill 2 remake category. I love this game, so everything is possible. I know Flip 2. We'll have a nice solarium. Do I have a spade? I do not have a spade. Spare room, it has to be. That's the only way we can continue. Laboratory is risky. I'll risk it. I remember him saying you have an ASMR voice going on. Right, what experiment do we want? For each bedroom you draft after your second, while drafting future drawing room floor plan, we draft a red room and lose 5 steps then. Spread dirt on the driveway. Why? What would that achieve? Game plus 1 star, set your steps to 40. That sounds pretty good. Or draft a red room, set your steps to 40. Yeah, that's pretty good. Now I just have to hope I don't find myself in a situation where I can't progress. Which could very easily happen. I've not... the drafting of the mansion this time hasn't been gone particularly brilliantly. Weight room's fine. I'll lose half my steps and then it'll be set to 40. Lose half my steps. Set to 40. So that works well. Right, morning room will let me progress, so it has to be the morning room. Before I leave, let me double check. It was in the weights room we found the broken lever before, wasn't it? Or have I made that up? I may have made that up. I thought it was, though. Oh, 2 more dice for redrafting. That's good. Gymnasium or West Wing Hall? Let's go with the gymnasium. Because, again, I'm about to get a load of steps back, so it doesn't really matter. Right, this is where it starts to matter again. A drafting studio. That's expensive, but it is good, since it leads to permanent progress. Dovecot. Whenever you draw Dovecot while drafting, you may rotate floor plans. That is OP. Game of Chance, Clock Tower. Tomorrow you'll start with 1 key for each room you draft today. Wow. Wow. Okay, 2 of these sound absolutely OP. And the other one seems a bit not so OP. I realised I met Jake Shuffle and Tallboy through Flip as well, but not you, El Magnifico. A towering loft serving home to many of the feathered locals of Mount Holly. As a devout birdwatcher and amateur ornithologist, Mary had petitioned her uncle for years for this to be built on the estate. The Mount Holly Casino offers an intimate and exciting setting for wagers of any scale, and guests may be surprised to discover how much strategy is involved in the games featured here. A buy-in of 2 gems is required for admittance into this exclusive room. Access to Mount Holly's clock tower has always been heavily restricted. Time is sacred, and any tampering of the estate's governing timepiece has never been risked. What do we think? So I place his room down, and then I think for the rest of that day I can just rotate rooms as I see fit. Or the clock tower, which would mean tomorrow you start with 1 key for each room you draft today. I mean, you know, I could easily draft 30 rooms. So I could just begin with 30 keys. It is a tough one. I'm leaning towards the Dovecot. The reason I say that is, yes, I have lost games for lack of keys, but it's not like I'm completely unable to deal with not having enough keys. You know, like, yes, you can be unlucky or play badly, but in general, you know, you can do things that increase the chances of your getting keys. Is a problem that can be managed to some extent. But being able to rotate rooms would mean that it would almost eliminate the danger of not being able to go where you want to in the mansion. It would still be possible to be really unlucky and then not be able to go where you want, but you'd have to be so much more unlucky, I feel like. Then again, you'd have to leave a doorway presumably connected to the room you're currently in. So in that case, if that room itself, for example, were I able to rotate it, there's only as 2 positions it could really go in. But still. What do you think, Pikachu? Clock Tower is also a dead end, and Dovecot isn't. Then again, counter-argument, how much more of the game is getting to specific places going to be relevant? I don't know. Because I've nearly filled out the grid now. And I may need to approach the thingamabob from specific angles. What's it called? The antechamber. I'm going to go with Dovecot. There is a room that lets you exchange things though, isn't it? Like turn my keys into gems and stuff like that. The suspense is terrible. I hope it continues. It's the laundrette, isn't it, that lets you, like, say, actually, I want all my keys to be gems. Or coins. This is Jupiter. Ah, the song. Very dignified, isn't it? I've talked myself out of it. I'm going with the clock tower. That was a hard choice, though. Corridor. West Wing, that's a good one for here. Means I have 2 directions I can go in. Right, what do we have here? Rain and grain. So G. Which actually looks like it's going to spell gates or something like that. It's G-A-T-E, then another letter. Which I wasn't necessarily expecting. I won't use my key yet. Billiard room? I guess. Not quite where I intended to end up, but it'll do. Right, 5. 4 plus 15 minus 15, so that's 4. 6 plus 3 plus 11 is 20, divided by... No, times by... Wait, what? No, then 20 minus 10 minus 8, so 2, times 3 is 6. 5 plus 20 plus 1 is 26. Minus 5 and 1 is a 20. Times by 5 and 1 is going to be 100. Divided by 20 is 5. Oh, don't mind if I do. Anything over here for us? No? Fair enough. Archives gives us lots of options, even if it comes at the cost that I won't be able to draft as effectively from now on. Oh, if it weren't for the whole keycard problem. Yes, use a key, please. We need to get through here. Dark room. Let's hope this isn't a bad room. It's not great. I've got a bad feeling this is game. Hold up, before I continue. I do have a vault key, so if I got the option of the vault again, that might be worth it. Otherwise, I'd need a key card. Or the breaker box, that would be better. Why don't we go in the clock tower? And see what can be done from there. Pikachu, that dartboard certainly presents a rather intriguing choice. Perhaps a logical deduction is required. Southward, I see a swan, ashen-like sands of the shore, carried by westwardly winds. Rogue like the moon of the north, eastward I see a crow, dark are the days coming forth. Interesting. Why is Frosty addressing me like we are friends? Because you are friends. No, it's just math. Indeed, Pikachu, you are quite correct. It is fundamentally a matter of mathematics. My apologies if my previous phrasing suggested otherwise. I merely consider the application of mathematical principles to be a form of logical deduction. Is there anywhere I can place a room? I don't think there is. I think this is the end of the day. But I'm going to have so many keys. Total rooms 24. So let's see if this works. Am I going to end up with 24 rooms? 24 rooms? 24 keys? It would basically eliminate keys as a restriction during this run. I'd only be concerned about gems. Wait, what? Why have you only given me 2 keys? Hang on. Why have you only given me 2 keys? Tomorrow you will start with 1 key for each time room you draft today. Oh, that is nowhere near as broken. I should have gone with the Dovecot. I have 100k channel points. Goodness me. And what are you going to do with those channel points, I wonder? Congratulations. Oh no, you didn't read the fine print. Exactly. If something seems too good to be true, it usually is. It feels like it's only the outdoor rooms that affect those braziers. I'll have to remember that. I'll do nothing. I guess since you have a paltry amount of redeems. Oh, my apologies. Do you have any suggestions for some good redeems? Den, I guess? Or guest room? Guest room. I definitely want to go on the eastern wing this time. I wonder if the chance of having items spawn in these rooms increases with with the rank. Breakfast nook. Right, I do need to make sure I don't get myself stuck here. Which is looking increasingly likely. Kitchen will swerve us in the right direction. What's for dinner? Beef stew pie again. I don't know why they call it a stew pie. That sounds like a contradiction to me. I mean, I know what they mean. But surely that's just a beef pie. I think that's game. I need a key card to progress and I don't have access to one. Oh, what a shame. Unless this gives me a key card, which I don't think is possible. Diamondus Major. Look at all those diamonds. Let me through. Yep, we're done. There's no way I can progress. Oh, that's a shame. That was a good start. Especially with all the footprints I'd built up. Given that I had the hovel down, so I was paying footprints and not gems to get through. I could have gone far in that attempt. No point doing the shrine, I don't have enough wealth to get the good blessings. Alright, we'll try trading post, I guess. Not that I have anything to trade right now, that may have been a mistake. But I was wondering whether I should search the trading post more thoroughly and see if I can light another brazier from it. I think I can. Oh well. Bit of a waste this time, but that happens. storeroom. Then hallway. Breakfast nook would have sent me in an unhelpful direction. Although not actually that bad, come to think of it. Having a second look. Don't suppose there's any chance of a breaker box here, is there? No. I could have a breakfast nook, though. Which would grab me a key and some more footprints. Boiler room. Have we been in the boiler room before? Yes. That was it, and I needed to get over there. Oh, we could potentially do that. Parlour. What have we got? The gems are in the black box. The gems are not in this box. The statements on the other two boxes are true. Well, they can't both be true, because this would have to be false. This statement must always be false. So one of these isn't true. At least one of these isn't true. But they can't both be false, because the other one, that would make them all three false. So one of these is true and one of these is false. But on the face of it, that's not possible either. That's false, that's false. That's true, but then I don't know which box it's in. That one must have the gems in and be false, making that one false, but that one also false, which isn't possible. I think this is another example of the developers messing up, where they've put together not a hard puzzle, but one where at least one of the boxes is logically invalid. We know that you can't have three true boxes or three false boxes. It's either one true, two false, or two true, one false. The two statements on the other two boxes are true must always be false, because if it were true, it would therefore entail that the other two be true, which then makes all three boxes true, which isn't allowed. So this must be false. So we know that's false, and one of these two is false. But not both, because then they'd all be false. The gems are in the black box. The problem is, if that's true, which is possible, because a false box could... a false box could contain the gems. If that's true, that makes the other statement true. The gems are not in this box. That would be true if the gems were in the black box. But then the statement on the black box is also true. And the problem is, if this statement is the true one and this one's the false one, it doesn't tell me which box it's in. It's in either the black or the blue. The gems are not in this box, just tells me it's in one or the other. Wait, hang on. The gems are not in this box. If that's false... No, if that's true, the gems are in the black box is false, then it must be in the blue. Yes, I think that does work. So this statement is false. It has to be false. The gems are in the black box is false. The gems are not in this box is true. Yeah, because you're claiming that the gems are in the black box, which we think is false. So we're crossing that one out. And you say the gems are not in this box, which we're saying is true, so we're crossing that one out, so it must be in the blue. This does work, I take it back. There have been some previous ones, which I swear... truly, genuinely... were developer mistakes, like they don't work, but that wasn't one of them. Don't need any of those right now. Right, this is going to be hard because I need to go in two directions here, really. And I've only been offered one. Oh, I have the den that I can use to continue this attempt, so it's not so bad. Right, now all I need to do is make sure I get to the boiler room. Oh, look at me using up all my resources. Chapel will get me to... Oh, or corridor. Chapel or corridor would get me there. Let's go with corridor, because then I know there's not a locked door on the other side. Yes! So we are making progress. I probably won't make progress in the way I wanted this time, which is on the west side, because that's all been blocked off, but... I don't know what that does. I mean, intuitively, it looks like I'm choosing between 3 different directions to send the steam in, but... Am I? Hard to say. Probably. Okay, well, that's still progress. Do I grab a shovel while I'm here? Why not? Thank you. Right, that's a useful little shortcut. And now this is working. As far as I can tell. Ah, I have to select it once, it looks like. Looks like once I hit activate, that's it until the following day. I did not realise that. Or not. I'm not entirely sure how this works. Oh, we need to have a little ad break now. Oh, that does the door. Right. Alright, going on ad break. Sticking through these ad breaks supports the stream, thank you, stay tuned. Which Hollywood icon came into the world first? James Caan or Michael Douglas? Find out when the ads end in about 2 minutes. I don't know who either of them are. Well, I may as well make my way to the next area while we wait. Not actually go through, but just go to the relevant room. I haven't missed anything. Wonderful. Ten more seconds on the ads. Oh, okie doke, Pikachu. See you soon. James Caan was born before Michael Douglas, gracing the world with his presence first. Right, so all I've done, I haven't progressed at all, I just changed rooms, and I checked on the security computer that they're, that I wasn't missing any items. Shame about not getting that drafting room, isn't it? Is that game? That's game, isn't it? Oh no, I can redraw. Gymnasium. Has to be. Still no drafting room, and now it's game. Which is fine. Alright, next day. We still made progress on this day, even if we didn't achieve the thing we initially set out to do. Tool shed, I guess. Melt detector and watering can. Very nice. Den, I suppose. Breakfast nook? Yeah, why not? Storeroom. Parlour, I guess. I wasn't planning on going this far this way, but I would rather like those gems. The white box is true. The other two boxes are false. Well, those are contradictions. The other two boxes are empty. These two are false. The gems are in the black box. These two are false. The white box is true, is false. The other two boxes are false, is false. The other two boxes are empty, is true. Because the gems are in here. We may come back here later, but not currently. Oh, secret passage would be good here. Observatory would be good here. Although I didn't mean to use up one of my gems, that was careless of me, but never mind. Draxus, the dead end rooms are more common today. That's not good. That's not good at all. Courtyard, I guess. Let's go to the secret passage. Oops, I didn't even... Okay, too late. I didn't mean to do that. Maze chamber, less likely to find objects, which is less than ideal. This is Curse the Run. It's quite understandable, okay Sen, that the game's visual flair appeals. Robert, of course, doesn't show a good cerebral challenge with his puzzles. I think the best I can hope for here would be... Oh, I missed the spade. It was right there and I didn't see it. What was I going to say? I think the best I could hope for now would be like a freezer to freeze my assets. Because with all these dead ends, it's... We're not going to get far. Walk-in closet? Yeah, why not? By the way, I heard it's an indie game, so +1 for this. Oh my bad, I'm wrong. Oh, we've never had a cupcake before. Telescope. Gain additional effect of each constellation observed in the observatory. Let's go back to the observatory then. I hope you've been able to follow at least to some extent. Given that this must be a lot to throw at someone. Just got the same effect again. What was the point in that? Now we're bound to be almost guaranteed dead ends. Commissary is the only way forwards. Do we have security? No. I wouldn't mind an upgrade this if I can just get a room that... Security. That'll do it. Yes, I would love an upgrade disc, thank you. First I'll do the usual stuff, and then we'll do the upgrade disc. I missed one gem somewhere. Right, what are we upgrading today? The courtyard. Okay. Courtyard data has been found on this upgrade disc. You'll now have the chance to permanently enhance this room to one of 3 different upgraded floor plans. Courtyard 2 gems, courtyard 5 dig spots. Courtyard. Courtyard is always left unlocked. None of them are great, are they? I'll go with the courtyard. It was a tough one because they were all bad, but I think that's probably the best choice. Take the nursery, I suppose. Since the computer's right here, I can check if I've missed anything. No, that one gem was there before, so I haven't. Office. It's expensive, but what other choice do I have? We've been jinxed by this double Draxus. Run payroll. From this process, checks will be placed in each staff member's room. This includes each servant's quarters and maid's quarters. Okay. Payroll successfully issued. Spread gold in estate. Log into dum-de-dum-de-dum. I don't know the date to open it, is the thing. Oh well. Let's keep going. Library lets us keep going. Just. Conference room, I guess. I think this is one room whose drawing we haven't seen since I realised how they worked. That is that they were attached to a grid, so this will be new information, and we don't get a painting, okay? A drawing, sorry. And that's it. Because I don't have gems. Oh well. Window, plane. Pane and plane. Welcome back, Pikachu. I want to send Logan at it to take us to chess games so he can tell me what I did wrong. Oh my goodness. That poor man. You'll have left him sobbing after he's seen our two awful plays. Show was actually pretty good, to be fair. Interesting that this is open. I guess once you've read the letter once, it stays open. It's better than or the horse game I played yesterday. Or the horse game? Oh, I know the one you mean, that chess game. Yeah, well you had no knights and the enemy was entirely knights. Other than the pawns and the king. Your knights had been taken away, so yeah, those squares were empty. But the opponent had all their pieces which weren't pawns or the king turned into knights. Nothing else here, is there? Still, as I say, it's quite a nice one to be able to ignore the effects of some red rooms. Right, let's see if I can get a few more of these letters filled out. Breakfast nook, I suppose. Nursery. I didn't get any extra points for taking the knights because they were just counted as pawns for some reason. That's interesting. I wonder why that was. Perhaps they worked out the values in a situation like that, and that's just what they'd be worth. Right, there's supposed to be 2 items in here. Where's the second one? No, seriously, where's the second one? Oh, running shoes. They're not bad. Perhaps not the best item in the game, but not to be scoffed at by any means. Pantry. Oh, maybe I should have gone with the bedroom actually, since I've already got the nursery down. Oh well, didn't think of it. Let's keep going. Corridor. Chapel. Making fairly good progress, all things considered. Hallway. I'm keeping my options open because I want to maximize the amount I'm able to explore. Of course. That's unfortunate. Well, it is what it is. That is very unfortunate. I'd go so far as to say that's really bad. Oh well, is what it is. Rooms with more 4 doors are more common today, that's nice. Right, I have to pray I can get a exit to the... Yeah, I'm going to pay for the passageway, even though it's very expensive. I need the movement. Rotunda can't make it. I have to take the guest room and that's game. Oh well. That's how things go. Oh, this counts as a double room as well. Interesting, 'cause there's 2 beds presumably. It just, the game didn't say that it counts as 2 rooms. Oh no, it probably counts as 1 room. But I got the extra 10 footprints for going in there as that room's effect, not the effect of the nursery. I'm just trying to fill out the remaining letters. Why does this have to be so hard? Tool shed, I guess. Thank you. Breakfast nook. Bedroom. Hallway, I guess. This wasn't the way I'd originally intended to go through the house, but whatever works, I suppose. No, I'll put an early breaker box in and hope I get security soon. That may make my life a lot easier down the line. Storeroom will give me items that I need. But too much danger that I get blocked off. We'll go with the den instead. Corrie Yard. Parlour. That gives me options. Chapel. That also gives me options. What have we got here? The gems are in the box with a false statement. The blue box is false. The white box is false. The white box is false is true. That is false. This is true. The gems are in the box with a false statement. So true, true, false. They're in here. Right, let's keep going this way for now. Nope, not willing to spend a key. Not unless I have to. Drawing room, that sounds ideal. I'm quite low on keys, unfortunately. And that's the exact problem. Ballroom. Whenever you enter ballroom, set your gems to 2. Alright. Suits me. Hold on, isn't this one that I don't have? The letter for? Yeah. Chart and cart, so that's H. Which is what I would have predicted. Probably should have said what I would have predicted beforehand, but never mind. And we enter the ballroom. Is the door locked? It is not, surprisingly. And I can just create a passageway, which I'll effectively get for free. Yeah, that works. I say I'll effectively get it for free. I'll get it for some movement, so just go back. Yeah, there we go. Another way into the foundation, which is wonderful. Locked. Locked. What's the betting? The rooms coming off the foundation will be locked as well. Although I can grab some items down here, can't I? Well, you don't mind an upgrade disc, do you? That's jolly good. Forgotten if I got that before. I don't think I did, but I might have done. I didn't get a security this time, did I? I got the breaker box, but not security. That would get me a key. Yeah. That's probably the right call. Can't dig there because I don't have a spade. Alright, has to be a key then. Pool, locksmith, guest room. Pool. I always mistake that pool skimmer thing for a spade. Alright, what pictures do we have? We've never seen this before. Mansion? House? House and hose. Nothing. I have to go all the way back to the pantry to be able to progress. Which is a long way back. I am right about that, aren't I? To be blocked by keys of all things. And we're stuck. That's game. And I only managed to touch one of the rooms that I wanted to. I don't even have the gems to get into the vault. Well, unless the guest room happens to spawn a key. Nah. No such luck. Oh well, call it a day, try again. Got some more ads coming up. Hovel. I do like the hovel. I always forget if there's stuff in here. Maybe it's a random chance. Sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't. Dark room's fine this early. Not much of an impediment. I should have done the other rooms, but I forgot. I am curious. What do I get if I spend 3 steps? Oh, security! Huh. That's kind of convenient. Well, I say kind of convenient. That is very convenient. Haven't missed anything. I wish this was permanent. It's just so annoying to have to change this every time. Like, it's not even the fact that, like, I have to draft the room that bothers me. Although that is a little annoying. What bothers me most is the fact that, it's so fiddly to go through the menu. Nursery, I guess. Wouldn't have been my first choice, given that it's a dead end, but I think the other two were worse. At least I stand a chance of getting some steps back later on. We'll go with another bedroom, I think. Since we put the nursery down. Oh no! It's got to be the aquarium then. Dining room. Locked. Bedroom closet. I was honestly hoping for a key, but never mind. Possibly I'm not playing this very well. Nope. I am not. Back we go. Oops, wrong way. Wasting even more footsteps. That breaker box was tempting, but without a key I'd have been stuck. Actually, maybe I go to... This is the play. Although it's going to be a bit wasteful of footprints. I go back to the west wing and hope for the garage. Not sure if I've ever been on the veranda before. This might be a new one. Yes, garage. Just what we wanted. For all those keys. Right, that hasn't exactly solved our problems. But, in fact, now we have a new problem, which is lack of steps. A severe lack of steps. This isn't, is it? I think it is. We should be having an ad break, but I'll wait till this is finished because it's so good. I'm mucked up. It is pleasing to see the distinctive visual flair of this game, particularly with all the green monitors. OK Sen, you mentioned you like this style, and I must agree it's quite striking. I'm gonna sleep. Here is midnight. Thank you for the stream. Oh goodness, you stuck around for all this time, OK Sen. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you have a wonderful, restful night's sleep. I probably won't be continuing for that much longer. Take care, OK Sen. Pikachu and Frosty, good night. He said good night to Frosty. Good night, OK Sen. I have to head out as well. Have a good rest of your stream. Okie doke, thank you. I have been going a long time. I'm just so determined to try and get this, oh, that may have been a mistake. A few more letters. Following the grid puzzle. But it's surprisingly difficult, even when you know the game, but when you think you know the game. Do I already know the game? It's surprisingly difficult, even when you think you know the game, to get to the end of the grid consistently. Oh, I can't place the classroom, that's a shame. Gotta be the Great Hall. There's no other sensible choice. Even though that's saying goodbye to my only key. Corey Yard, can't place it. Spare room. Let's go on a quick ad break. How are we looking on those ads? 35 seconds. Sticking through these ad breaks supports the channel, thank you. Stay tuned. Attention, coming soon to a chat near you. In a world where chat scrolls faster than a speeding bullet, two heroes bid adieu under the moonlit sky. Oki-sen tucks in for the night while Pikachu echoes the sentiment with a heart emoji farewell. Amidst the chaos, a slip of the tongue leaves Frosty Tools in the lurch. Will they catch the next train to Dreamland? Stay tuned as El Magnifico continues their bumbling adventure. We back? No, nearly. Now we're back. Welcome back, everybody. This is Sartre. No, what's his name? Sati. I will admit I had to read that, but I should have. That is an artist I'm familiar with. My brain was just being slow. Sartre was an author. French author. The black box is false. The blue box is true. A false box contains the gems. Right, what have we got? The black box is false. The black box is true. So these two are just in contradiction. The false box contains the gems. A false box. The only way this is resolvable is if these two are true, this one's false. In which case it contains the gems. Good. And that's game, I think. Well, we've never been in the... No, we have been in here. I've just never checked an item in. Do I have any items? Check item. Yeah, you can have the magnifying glass. Not that I even want it. Let's call it a day. So again, trying to get to the end of the grid to... Oh, hovel, wonderful. We do like a hovel. Trying to get to the end of the grid in order to get some more of those... letters. Maybe I need to go back to my old ways that I developed, which maximised the chance, or maximised my filling out of the grid, because that's probably going to also maximise the items that I get. I don't know. Is that sensible? I mean, it's not a million miles away from the way I've been playing anyway, but there are some slight differences. The gems are in the black box. Every statement with the word black is false. The gems are in the blue box. True, true, false. Gems are in here. Every statement with the word black is false. That's true. The gems are in the blue box. That's true. The gems are in the black box is false. I don't like that. Because my solution was valid. It fit all the criteria that were put before me, and yet the game rejected it. Oh well. Bedroom, I guess. Keep trying. Hallway works well. That provides us with lots of options. I have somewhat deviated from my maximising filling out the grid, haven't I? Yes, I would like the music room for the keys. Prism key. Security. We do like security, don't we? Look at the amount of time it took for the camera to zoom in there. One trunk and one key that I missed. That's interesting. Wish I knew where those were. Oh, laboratory is always good for the experiments. What can I do this time? Whenever you draft a shop room, each time you eat an apple, whenever you draft an archive floor plan, set your dice to 2, gain plus 1 star, gain 3 gold for each red room in your house. Whenever you draft an archive floor plan, set your dice to 2. That is potentially very strong. But it puts me in the very weird position that now I actually want to get the archive down, which is usually one that I really don't want. Commissary, I guess, or East Wing. East Wing. That gives me more options. Okay. I'm running very low on keys. It is a problem. I'm running very low on steps. Spade. Don't mind that. If only I had a solution to my steps problem. Broken lever. Oh, you've got to be joking. Now I could really desperately do with the greenhouse. Use special keys. Use the prism key because that will maximise our chance of getting the greenhouse. Yes! I've just noticed, does this only apply... I thought this was a permanent change. Maybe it's not. Given that I've already opened one of these before, and it's not marked down as open. To be honest, I don't think this has helped. Because now it's a dead end. Can I at least get the pictures for this room? No? Have they not spawned in? Oh, 5. Hello. I am glad I found that. Where are the appropriate notes? So many notes. Find among the white trees something or other stones. Yeah, I think this is game. I can't get to anywhere. Oh, I could go this way. If something... What would I even be looking for? Steps? Probably. And then I'd have to get to the spare room. It's just not going to happen, is it? Keycard's nice. Oh, I have the spade now, don't I? Pebbles. Coins. My best bet might be to get the freezer. Looking at how few steps I have left. Mailroom. I've never been in there before. Order placed. Utility room fuse box indicators. More detailed instructions will be sent by electronic mail to the address the client has provided. Press any buttons above to activate blue. Press the blue indicator next to a red indicator to activate purple. 5 purple indicators are needed to activate the 6th. I would have thought I'd have tried that before, but apparently not. Let me copy this down into my notes. What do you suppose it does? DC Power Incorporated. Please return all correspondence and packages addressed to Denny Ravane to sender, as he no longer is employed with our staff. Hmm. There's something written down there, which I can't read. I wonder. Here we go. If I zoom in, can I see it? No. It's too garbled to read. I mean, if I really tried hard, maybe I could. So I'd need the magnifying glass. Didn't I check that in? Where's the coat check? I think I checked it in on a previous attempt. Okay. That's another one to add to the mystery then. The list of unsolved mysteries. Mail room note needs magnifying glass. Simon P. Jones, Mount Holly Estate, Fen Aries. Wait, Fen Aries 6308. Dad. This is probably also worth writing down. It appears Oki-san and Pikachu have retired for the evening. I trust you'll have a restful night. This fuse box puzzle certainly presents a rather intricate challenge, especially with the mention of instructions arriving via electronic mail. Did it say anything about electronic mail? I think it just meant regular mail. I'll double check. Wait, I didn't actually read it. Hey buddy, how's it going up there in that big house? I think most people will be pretty scared being alone for this length of time, but I have a feeling you're doing just fine. Imagine you happy as a clam, perfectly content on the estate with the exploration and opportunities for adventure that present themselves each day. As I'm writing this, you're currently in the garage packing the tent. I want to try to post this letter before we depart tomorrow, so there's a chance to arrive during your first few days on the estate. With all the preparations, I'm not sure I'm going to find the time. There's so much I want to say, and I'm sure I'll forget to tell you Friday night. Sometimes it's easier for me to just jot this stuff down. You're yelling at me right now to come bring you a pillowcase. Hold on a second, I'll be right back. I can tell you're really excited, but I think you might feel a little guilty about being so happy the day after the funeral. Believe me, I know how long Uncle Herbert's worked on setting this up for you. I know from our conversation just how much happiness its final project brought him. So do both of us a favour, be excited. The house really is amazing. I know it's been almost 7 years since we were last up there, and I'm really curious to hear just how much you remember from those summer trips. You've always been smarter than me at this kind of thing, so I'm not sure how much guidance or inspiration I can offer before your trip that will actually be useful to you. Despite my best intentions, I'm sure that on Friday I'll end up leaving you with a few of my overused cliche expressions when we say farewell. Later, alligator, Dad. P.S. Get some sleep each night and don't spend all your time each day playing Dirigi blocks. Royal Mail. Well, there we go. Right, I'll probably wrap up there. There's a bunch of other stuff I would have liked to have, mysteries I'd like to have solved. Quite a few that are like halfway through right now. But, such is the way. I've streamed for a very long time and I do need to call it a night. Let's first check if there's anyone I should be raiding. We can raid Scottbot. What's he playing? Retro. So thank you for joining everyone. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be streaming again on Wednesday and that'll be more Dark Souls 3. We've got a dragon to slay. Oh, what's his name? Do you know his name? It's eluding me right now. We defeated Slave Knight Gale and we've got the Midir, that's it. We've got Midir left to fight, which will be tricky. If for any reason my streaming schedule should change, I'll announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, and Meta Threads, and I'll also announce it on our Discord server. Once again, thank you for joining me, everyone. Thank you to everyone that kept me company in chat, and thank you to everybody that lurked. I appreciate each and every one of you. Let me set up that raid, because I'd forgot to click the button. So thank you, everybody, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night.